You must be agak American. Fantastic. So passport. Oh, okay. And but then to sign this. Okay. Okay. You don't have to worry about printing. Okay, that's a good note. And I'm sure the weather will be fine.
Yes, and
That's another one.
not quite. It is in Houston, but it's between
It's like a wedding gift.
Yes.
It's a positive thing. And Mama.
Yes. Actually, no, but you know my answer is somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
And my sister was here.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, that helps.
With that sound, don't worry. Once you get that in between the legs. Right? Turn to the phone. My chin, thank you. Sleep on now. This is it. saying something was I don't know what happened. We need to shall assume that at least the east was slightly then so let's think of this. Let's just talk about people's
We need to
The three of us, yeah.
And they need to
The three of us are meeting.
yes.
Yeah.
Who
Who are?
Okay.
Okay. That is perfect.
If we go over the it's
And then you got your meeting with the teams. Okay. That's perfect. You see it in your diary on Friday the 27th. Friday the 28th at 11. It's not there? So you can just tell me just, I mean, it will be basically the same thing. We start off where we are, we get Philippe said he's not there because he's got something. But I think it's a consultation. It's a 7 piece. Oh, you're using my charger, right? Oh, okay, no problem. Oh, it's traveling from here to there. Okay. So now we'll do a little chit chat. But I think that document you know, you don't know what he did, you know, the exit plan, that whole process. But I have some ideas breakfast meeting on the phone. Oh, that's how I like
no, you see this is what's happening.
1 2 test the mic 1 2 1 2 1 2. Is it better?
Testing 1 2. Can you hear me? So good, thank you. 1 2. Testing 1 2. Sure, testing. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Ahí yo le ando tanto en dile. Sure, testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Porque si conecté para la cámara mandó.
Then camera 3. Then camera 3.
Such an office in its office. It's the same. It's the same. You can pick me up and play that. You can pick me up and play that. Some complaint.
That's one lot.
Yeah, but
an hour, which we thought will be back by 10:15. I think let's start with our meeting. We went to about 3 or so places. You wanted to take us to another one, but unfortunately time was against us. We're trying to, we're starting a bit delayed because we're trying to create space for the SRC to join the meeting. I told them before we left that in our meetings normally they are represented by the President and Secretary General. They did not join us on the walkabout, and when I asked them why, because we would have wanted them to join us. Like I said, sometimes you get there, management will take us to all your good projects, and students will show us all your bad projects. They did not join us, so we did not have the benefit to get their side during the walkabout, the challenges students are facing at their particular student residences and all of that. So I asked them now when we're outside, why did they not join us? Were they boycotting our walkabout? And they said no. One of you guys in management told them you only have you don't have space for them to join us, which is unfortunate, because we would have really, we can't have such a situation where students don't form part of our walkabout, and we are told that the reason is because there's no space for them to. It doesn't work like that, colleagues. We just did a very nice walkabout with, we saw your nice, indigenous knowledge systems program that we are doing there. Very impressive. I was telling the VC that I also know here at UFS you have Dr. Atananga, who lectures mathematics here, produces a lot of PhD students in mathematics. Very impressive. And also we want to honestly concentrate on the positives. But when we are told that the students were not allowed to go with us because of space, it creates a little bit of a problem for us. So we are going to start with our meeting, colleagues. We do have workers. Is IF here? Oh, thank you. IF is here. Thank you very much. So we are going to take presentations in this format. We'll start with the university. Obviously, it will be led by the chair of council, introduce the presentation, have a word or two, or three. When I look at a current chairperson, you have made many notes, so maybe a word or two might not be enough, maybe or three. And then you then give to the VC. And then when we are done, we'll then take IF. And then after IF, we'll take workers. And then after workers, we'll then close with the students. I've allowed the students to come as many as they are because they lobbied me, Honorable Mseza. Their lobby was that you've got two campuses, and in the executive, you don't have somebody maybe from Kwakos or even though they're part of the central SRC or what do you call it, ISRC. So they would also want at least to be a part of the presentation. So I decided to allow them to be part chair of council. Don't be shocked that we have as many as 7 or 2, 4, 6, 8 now. Yeah, it's because we allowed them to come. So they will do the presentation last, yeah, and then we'll engage. So, Chairperson of Council, let's give you the opportunity to open on behalf of the list. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourables. I do not have a presentation per se, but I was tasked by my colleagues in Council, including VC, that I do a formal welcoming of yourselves, and I've already said actually that you are the host. We are providing the venue. This gathering is by all sense yours, and we are providing information as per your prescripts, and we are actually thrilled and that you have been able to take time out of your schedules to visit the university. Our intent is to provide you color of what the university is all about. And we are glad that, in fact, during the walkabout, you were very specific about wanting to see one of the older residences, meaning that you wanted to have a balanced view of what the university looked like in itself. We are also welcoming that we have an inclusive gathering, and clearly there is nothing to hide in principle from the university management and from council. So we will be very much welcoming to respond to whatever questions and matters of clarifications that are required of us and expected of us. It is my expectation that we work as a team, and meaning that labor, student representatives, and university management and council should be aligned in our presentations. However, being the nature of the situation, there may be disparities or differences here and there. I request, Chair, that those differences not be seen as being hostile to one another. If there are variances in our views, they must be seen as the reality of life. It's just what it is. We live in environments where people are not like sheep. People must have levels of independence in thinking and in deliberations. So those are the few words, Honourable Chair. I also would like just to remind the gathering that we do have one member of council online, Dr. Nsiapani. She is on an assignment in Rome, and therefore she requested to attend this meeting, especially as she joined the council recently. Lastly, Honourable Chair, I just want to give you an indication of the number of council members that are represented here today. In general, and Registrar, you'll agree with me, we have 30 members of council in total at the university, but I think today I'm going to request, including those in executive who sit in council, that we, by a show of hands, we just indicate so that Honourable Chair can have a sense that we are properly represented in council. So you can, those hands about to and myself, of course. So there's sufficient representation, Chairperson. I will pause here and and request that I hand over to Professor Klopper, our Vice Chancellor and Principal.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The sound. So the University of the Free State is a multi-campus university, 3 campuses. We're at the Bloemfontein campus, Kwakwa, and the other is our South campus. It commemorated 120 years of existence last year. So if one looks at the University of the Free State, it is a university that has really come a far way, breaking away from its history. In November of 2022, the Council approved Vision 130. And over the next few years, we will continue to focus our work around achieving what we have set out in Vision 130. And it focuses on 2034, and that's the year when this university will then turn 100 years. The essence of Vision 130 is around being a research-led, student-centered, and regionally engaged university. And I will later, most probably after the presentation, touch upon each one of these. But ultimately, it is to make sure that there's a contribution towards development and social justice through the production of our globally competitive graduates and knowledge. I also most probably want to share with the House that Council appointed me on the 22nd of November of 2024, and that I took office 6 weeks ago on the 1st of February. So this has really provided me over the last 6 weeks with a period of engagement, getting to know the university and to understand the different structures of the university and, of course, engaging with various stakeholders. So to that effect, Chair, how we have approached our presentation is that we have used your letter addressed to the Chair of Council as a guide. We see what we are presenting, it's work in progress. There's always space for improvement, and we've got a very able executive team, and I've asked them to guide us through very specific areas of which they lead here at the university. So if we can get the presentation, the first person that will address the state of governance and administration is our Registrar, Mr. Nikile Mtsababa. So over to you, Registrar.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. As indicated by the VC, my presentation will be on governance, administration, and the state of readiness. I will start with the state of readiness, Chair. We really prepared for the 2025 academic year, and we have met all our first-time entering students in terms of the enrollment plan that approved by the DHET, 8,381, and we were over by 2%, which is 8,434, which is within the range that is approved, Chair. We have significant number of high application for many of our program, almost all our program. And 2025 was the first time that we moved to online registration, which has resulted in 88% of our students registering online, and only 12% were registered through the manual process. We opened our registration on the 7th of January 2025 and closed it on the 30th, also on the 10th of February, which was the date for the commencement of classes. And of course, we did make offers. On the day that we received the final NSFAS results from the DHET, we made offers to students to ensure that we were able to catch those who had applied on time to the university. We also proceeded to assist in particularly NSFAS students to ensure that they are able to register even if they are waiting for confirmation of the funding, and they are on our books. We also had a welcoming and orientation program, which consisted of 17 priority areas for each, focusing on different needs of the first-time entering student. Then in terms of the first-year experience committee, we have a committee that is comprises all relevant stakeholders within the university that is ensure that there's a holistic and integrated transition to higher education for first-time entering student. We also have a registration register committee which includes all relevant stakeholders, including the Student Representative Council that monitors any challenges within, on a weekly basis within, in respect of the registration process. We also have a mature process in terms of the exclusion of student and appeals process, where it started a faculty, and the first time it is dealt in terms of the faculty rules. And then there's an appeal to a faculty structure, and if the students are still not happy, then they appeal to a higher structure, which is chaired by the DVC academic. Then in terms of governance and administration, we have a fully constituted council, as indicated by the chair, supposed to have 30 members of council. Of course, we've got 3 vacancies which we are following up with the Department of Higher Education and Training. We've got fully functioning committees of Senate that meet on a quarterly basis, and they've got specified terms of reference. And with the Executive Committee of Council that look at areas of ethics, code of conduct, and the conflict of interest in respect of those areas on behalf of Council. Council considered the reports from these committees of Council and also from the statutory structures like Senate, as well as the institutional forum. As obligated by the Higher Education Act, we constantly provide feedback to the advice that is provided by the institutional forum. That will be part of the presentation from the from the institutional forum. In terms of administration, as indicated by the VC, we filled all executive management positions. So there's a full complement of executive, and that comprises of continuity in terms of those who are continuing and freshness for those who have recently joined. We have 2 positions that are being proposed by the executive management, which will be presented at the council meeting, which is on Thursday, the DVC operation as well as the institutional advancement. That will also be part of the full complement. Council also convenes an annual summit because we've got Vision 130, and council meet with the executive management to gauge the progress that has been made in terms of achievement. Then I will go to the state chair in terms of the application, admission, and registration. University of Free State received 450,000 applications for spaces of 8,381, which is about 2% of the numbers. Of those, the students who are admitted, that is, who met our requirements, was 31,993, and we made offers 14,000, and again 14,900 accepted our offers for those spaces. This is just a graphic presentation in terms of the point that I've made in terms of meeting our targets. As we'll see, the first one, the first-time entering student, and undergraduate, that is continuing student, postgraduate diplomas, masters, doctoral, and the honor student in terms of how far we are. Then in terms of that, in terms of our academic structure, we've got a head count of 39,000 students, but we've got plans, which is academic plans under each program of degrees, 847. We've got 243 degrees, and students who normally take occasional studies, that's 3,000 modules, but overall modules is 300,000. And then in terms of the foundation programs, we've got 7,000, and overall, as I've indicated, first-time entering graduates, that's 8,000. Move on. Then this is just a presentation of the registration per level. And you'll notice that we are increasing the postgraduate student, starting from the postgraduate diploma, the honors, as well as the master's and doctoral student. But if you look at 2025, you will see the trend in terms of increasing. We're still open in terms of application for doctoral student as well as master's student up until the end of March. And then for those who are joining for the first time, will continue throughout the year. So definitely we'll be meeting the target. This is just a presentation in terms of South African, that is local student, vis-a-vis international student, which is 2%, which is the area that we're concentrating on. And the last slide, Chair, this is the headcount in terms of race and gender, 64% women, and then 36%. And in terms of African, 80 students, 86%, 4% colored, Asians, 1%, and then 9% white. That's the gist of my presentation. Thank you, Chair, and honorable members.
Thank you, Chair, and to the members. So, in terms of the state of teaching and learning at the institution, we focus on teaching and learning practices. Student success is very important, and within all of this, we apply sound quality assurance and academic planning principles. And our engagement around teaching and learning is data-driven. So we have a number of high impact practices at the institution, and one that I would like to specifically highlight is our A-STEP program, which is our Academic Student Tutorial and Excellence program. And within our excellence, our student tutorial program, we respond to the needs of students. So for example, one of the things that students often need around is engagement and assistance when it comes to tests and exams, and we have exam and test boot camps. One of the activities that we also have within our A-STEP tutorial program is what we call a trans-languaging tutorial project. And within these trans-languaging tutorial sessions, tutors explain specific concepts in the language that is familiar to the students. The students also engage with each other within their specific languages. We also have within our Academy for Multilingualism, one of the activities that the Academy is engaging in is the development of specific difficult concepts in Sesotho. And we have a number of concepts within accountancy, psychology, law, mathematics, and research and agriculture already. And so within these trans-languaging tutorials, these concepts are then also applied by the students. Very importantly, also within the State of Teaching and Learning, it is important to also note that we do staff development we have staff development programs, and within the curriculum renewal program, aspects such as integrating technology within your teaching and learning, decoloniality, transformation of the curriculum, those are then engaged with the staff. Next slide, please. And so we've looked at success rates, just in terms of our success rates from 2015 to 2022. We can see that just we have had some decrease in success rates around about the 2018s, but definitely we've had some increases in the success rates around the 2020-21 period when it was around the COVID period. This slide is quite important because it also highlights, colleagues, that that our success rates, if you look again at 2020, 2021, and 2022, which was around the COVID and post-COVID pandemic period, we had increase in successes, which is a success rates, which at this stage is the calculation of the number of modules registered versus the number of modules passed, but it was a national phenomenon. And we were still above the national norms. Thank you. When we look at graduation rates, colleagues, it is important that we read these results in totality in terms of the percentage is based on the total number of enrollment versus those who have graduated per year. Our undergraduate enrollments or graduation rates is somewhat aligned to the success rates over the years. And then we have some increases, 22, 23 to 24, in terms of our postgraduate, and they reflecting on some of the aspects such as improvement in supervision and also the number. It also depends on the cohort at that time. We always have around some dropout. So when we look at dropouts and retention rates, and dropouts occur globally, they occur across the sector. When we look, however, at our undergraduate first-time entry students, we do find that the number of those retained or the dropout rate is lower, and we're moving towards closely towards a 90% retention, which is next slide, similar to when we look at our total enrollments. We also find that the retention and the dropouts are similar. So we also close in 2024, close to a 90%. And so then we reflected, we have a number of surveys that's conducted with our students, student satisfaction surveys, and we reflected on the reasons for dropout, and they are internally related to institution, but they're also somewhat a bit externally related to our experiences of students, finances, the inability to afford tuition fee, the schooling system in terms of where students are recruited from. Colleagues, mental health and stress, psychological issues is a real challenge experienced by our students. And then just sometimes also for community and pressures within family. Then one of the things that we also find is poor career guidance or the choices that students have made. They've made choices around a specific program, but they're not specifically taking up that, and then they drop out. We did find that one of the things raised also was linked to language barriers, although we do have some interventions for that. The digital divide was highlighted as a challenge in terms of retention, and then infrastructure and resources, as well as transport and accommodation. So how did we respond to some of these, just in terms of responding to some of the reasons for dropout? And one of the things in this slide that I want to highlight is specifically around our GPS at UFS. GPS at UFS refers to our graduate positioning support. It consists of three programs. The first one is around digital skills and competencies, and in the digital skills and competencies program, we then expand and improve the ICT skills of our students. We also reflect on digital citizenship, being responsible when we engage in the online spaces, and as well as looking at how can the students then, as they are graduating, think about digital creation. Another project, or project 2 in the GPS at UFS, links to track your success. And here we actually have GPS coordinators tracking students, and where students are at risk, these students are then contacted, they engage with, we call them with success coaches, and they reach out to students to find out, why they're struggling and how can we specifically assist them. Together with this is quite an interdisciplinary approach with career services and the Center for Teaching and Learning. We look at career development, closing the total loop of the student, and so it is about employability, how do students network with possible employees, how do students market themselves, skills in terms of your first interview. Then just our last slide, just in terms of the teaching and learning, there is a shift to expanding work-integrated learning across the programs, and not only for your specific professional programs. And in our Faculty of Law, we have quite a number of world programs where the faculty has joined with for example, in the shadow of the prosecutor, just launched recently, where the students in the Faculty of Law will be joining with the National Prosecuting Authority. They're engaging with the prosecutors, they're getting an experience of prosecutorial experience in the settings. So the students will be going out to court and getting those experiences. And then we have within our health sciences faculty, besides the clinical experience that they have on the clinical platform, we also have a project in the Harib district in the Free State, and there the students are working beyond not only clinical and tertiary engagement, but preventative as well. And then in your education faculty, the education faculty is engaging with students as professional teacher training, but also a mentoring and leadership for the educators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. I have 3 slides. I just want to highlight the key messages of the 3 slides for the Portfolio Committee in terms of my portfolio. Everything that we do in research and innovation is very, very focused on number 1, which I think is key, the development of a professional human resource capital in our country. It's very, very central for us, but not for the country only, for the continent, and I think beyond that. My portfolio is also very focused on research at the postgraduate level for staff as well as for students. The second issue in terms of research is that we're very focused on the broader, wicked challenges of our society, that we are really directed towards improving the quality of life in whatever we do. It's not just simply research for the sake of research. You've just seen the IKS building. I think you have a sense of what is happening there. We've just launched the robotic surgery, which is the uses of technology to to conduct surgery, which is really fascinating. A lot of this work in what we do is not only aligned simply to Vision 130, but also to the National Development Plan, Agenda 2063, and certainly the Sustainable Development Goals. And thirdly, what we are doing is really also trying and working very hard to infuse innovation. By that we mean new ideas at the social level, but also very much in the uses of technology. So with regard to this particular slide, PPC members, what we are trying to highlight here is fundamentally what is it that we are doing to speak to this in terms of our staff, in terms of the quality of the staff that we are recruiting, the PhD levels of our staff, the postgraduate outputs in the way it is steadily increasing, including also the staff with the PhDs, and the recognition of all of this. You also see at the peer review nationally and internationally of how our staff get reviewed and rated as researchers. That has increased tenfold and progressively. But perhaps more importantly, if you ask us about the quality of what we're doing, we see our staff are increasingly also publishing in high-impact journals at the global level. When we talk about Q1 and Q2, it means that they represent the top notch of journals in the world. That's the first important point I wanted to emphasize in that slide. If I move to the second slide on research and innovation, what we are telling you there is what is it that the university is doing to support all of this. Central here is our project on research and mentoring. Our open access enables our researchers to publish and that others in the world get to see and read. We're also fundamentally involved in interdisciplinary research, in other words, to see problems from different angles, different methodologies. And perhaps more importantly, I think one of our very important flagship developments, you've heard earlier from one of the colleagues who coordinates this, the transformation of the professoriate program. We recognize the great divide in academia, and how do we develop our scholars as new icons over 10 years from now, but we are moving quite speedily. So all the points on that slide really are showing the movement we are making in that respect. In terms of many of these women in particular and black staff, and I use that in the broadest sense, we have seen how they have moved into positions of leadership as vice deans, heads of departments, program directors, which I think is showing a steady progress as a result of this positive development. And finally, innovation research for commercialization. The point I want to emphasize here is that innovation is quite central, and we see how that is being recognized with externally funded research chairs in critical areas at the university. But perhaps more importantly, in commercialization of our research, we have two spin-off companies. One is Technology is Tissue, related to cardiothoracic surgery, aligned to our freighter unit in the medical school. Another one is on free farms innovation, which is aligned to ZZ2 in Limpopo, Zanin particularly, to look at microbial soil enhancement for increased plant health and growth. But perhaps I also want to share with the committee in closing that we are also very involved with the incubation program, which will be launched shortly, which brings together and really getting our students to think entrepreneurially in pitching, in taking their ideas to develop businesses. So that will contribute ultimately to socioeconomic development. But perhaps finally, I also want to indicate what is the university doing in putting resources towards postgraduate student support, recognizing that not all of our students can afford this. Over the years, we've increased tenfold at the institutional level. I can give you the figure there, 72 million in that short period. It might seem like peanuts, but it is making a slow difference, and this is explaining how our numbers are going up. But perhaps finally, PPC members, we just last week, you might ask, what is the University of the Free State known for? We're surrounded by mountains in the Free State. This university leads fundamentally from our Kwakwa campus, and the vice principal of the campus is here, the second Southern African Mountains Conference, which deals with novel research around biospheres, But also, very importantly, what we are doing at the international level is getting attention from UNESCO. There are a number of partners here, but perhaps also we can say the mountains are surrounding the transboundaries, Lesotho, here, KZN. And what is it that we are doing? Because traditional authorities also reside there who own the land. And we might talk about that if you have more queries. We have laid the groundwork in an Indaba there for further engagement at the political level to sign a potential treaty for developments in this area. And that has come out of the Afro-Montaigne Research Unit, and we'll invite you one day to come and visit us there. I shall pause there.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members and my colleagues. As I introduce myself, I'm Themba Sasho. I'm the Executive Director of Student Affairs. Student Affairs is responsible for the extracurricular and the co-curricular of students to support their academic project. We focus on 4 key strategic areas, which is the student success, student well-being, student development, and student experience. All what we then do is delivered by 7 units, which is your sport, which is your student life, health and wellness center, quads, housing and regional affairs, student governance, and social support, which is within my office. We actually also develop students within student governance. I have chosen to deal with 2 aspects, Honorable Chair, that is your housing and residential affairs in the best interest of time, as well as student governance. We offer training to students, and that process is preceded by a democratic election of SRCs, and that process is highly consultative. The ED have a consultative engagement with your secretaries as well as your ISRC to establish ELC. And when then the SRC has been established, ISRC as well as ELC, they determine timetable for the elections. And then we move into Health and Wellness Center, which takes care of your student wellness and student well-being. We have social workers on campus, we have psychologists, we have counselors to augment and supplement that service. We even have a SADC online, where students, if your counselors are fully occupied, they can still access services through an online system. In terms of your GBV, within that same unit, we are focusing on ensuring that students that are struggling with mental health, there are programs that are mitigating students suffering from such. The next slide. Student living and housing colleagues. We have on-campus residencies on all 3 campuses. And in those 3 campuses, we provide safe and living learning spaces. We do not have the same number of student residencies. Your Bloemfontein campus has more residencies, followed by your Kolko campus, and then your South campus has got the least number of residencies. To augment the number of beds that we provide to students, as you would agree, honorable members, universities cannot provide 100% beds to its student population. We then have accredited accommodation spaces. I can give the numbers. We've got about 3,966 fully accredited accommodation, and we've got about 43 addresses, as well as 19 service providers. We have about 8,631 provisional accredited student accommodation, and we've got about 703 addresses, as well as 341 service providers. Kwakwa campus, as opposed to accreditation, we have a process of verification. We've got about 333 verified student accommodation, and 16 of those are new, and others is renewal. And the next slide. That is a student profile, colleagues, over a period of time. The University of Free State, 2 decades ago, had more black students staying in our residences. Over time, the demographics have changed slightly to more black students. This is just to indicate that in terms of transforming residences, I think we moved too far, because we are more black residences now than white residences. But having said that, we also have some white students in our residences. The slide there, colleagues, is giving you exactly what I alluded to, what we have on campus, what we have as accredited off campus. In the next slide. Colleagues, because of the university's Vision 130, we want to be a research-led university. And the split
percent of our tuition fees were still outstanding, and that amounted to 317 million. So this is a continuing concern for the university, and we're actively engaging on debt mitigation strategies. Then, just lastly, quickly reflecting on our income streams. So government subsidy remain our biggest income source. So you will see it makes up 47% of our university's total income. And then student fees make up percent of our total income. Now, of that 14%, 10% relates to contractual research contracts and other contracts, and typically remuneration revenue obtained from this income stream is directed via contractual terms towards the spending it needs to be spent on. Donations and commercial enterprises is then making up the last 4% of our council-controlled undesignated funds. So, Chair, maybe just to conclude quickly. So, in conclusion, the financial position of the university reflects the broader challenges faced by South African universities. We are very heavily reliant on government funding. If you take our first income stream, our subsidy, NSFAS, the percentage it makes up from our student fees, and then even from our research income, the contracts we have with government institutions and agencies, this make up 78 to 80% of our total income from the university. So we recognize the need for diversification of our income streams to ensure future sustainability of the institution, and we will continue to explore innovative financial strategies to ensure that we are a financially sustainable and successful university going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson and BPCA members. So I'm going to start with an overview of our human capital. If you look at the slide, you will see in 2024 we had 2,781 permanent staff members distributed across our 3 campuses. And this includes 959 academic staff members and 1822 support staff. You will also see on the slide that we have different layers, and it includes from top management to support level posts, with a strong focus on development and succession planning. And currently we have 237 NRF-rated researchers, and we have a steady growth in our female and black researchers in key rating categories. We also monitor our turnover trends, and in 2024, the turnover rate for academics were approximately 5%, and for support services, it was approximately 7%. And the primary reason for leaving the university is still resignations, and that's specifically for the younger professionals. But I think if you also look at research and trends, is that young ones are still establishing careers, and they are not like the old ones. They will move from one institution to another one. We use this information to improve our retention strategy and also to support our staff well-being at the university. The next slide is on employment equity. We also track and improve our employment equity, and the EE profile is specifically for our academics, and that will illustrate an increase on diversity, especially on the lower academic ranks, specifically lecturers and senior lecturers, and that is support our pipeline development efforts, and I think Professor Reddy already touched on that, is the transformation of the professoriate program, and we've made lots of progress thereon. That is only a summary of our institution EE profile per category, and you will also see that there is different percentages for the different groups. Indians are 1%, foreign national is 4.78, colored 8.62, white 29.34, and African is 56.23%. This slide actually also illustrates that over the years the university has transformed its workforce. And in 2006, our staff were predominantly white, but currently more than half of our employee profile is black, and that aligns with our national imperatives and also our internal EE targets. Next slide. One of the top priorities at the University of the Free State is the safety of our staff and students. The crime on campus is generally low, and it often relates with negligence or dishonesty. But our off-campus crime remains a serious concern as it's of a more violent nature. But we are working closely together with SAPs, CPF structures, as well as campus security companies to address these off-campus challenges. What we've also implemented in 2024, we've installed 570 new CCTV cameras. We've implemented AI surveillance tools. We also upgraded alarms as well as lighting across all 3 campuses. We also take GBV and femicide extremely serious, and we have several policies in place to address this. In 2024, we hosted multiple GBV workshops. We've also established a survivor support center on Bloemfontein campus, and it will also be rolled out to the other 2 campuses. We've also introduced many new material on kidnapping, human trafficking, victim support processes, and we still have a strong relationship with SAPS, the Family Violence Unit, the Child Protection and Sexual Offences Units, and they also support us. Despite all our efforts, we still have some challenges to address, specifically of off-campus, and the one is that the UFS Protection Service is an in-house service security company, so they don't have any legal mandate to operate off-campus. Another challenge is that the community become less involved in our CPF structures due to economic pressures. And then there's also a huge increase on false reports, fraudulent documents, and also accommodation scams. The next slide is to give you an illustration that at the UFS, our infrastructure investment strategy is designed to support academic excellence and student success. And I think you also went on the campus tour, and we've only showcased a few of our developments and constructions. All our developments are aligned with DHE funding priorities, and currently we have 56 projects that will be finished this year or early next year. The last slide is only some highlights of what we've accomplished in 2024. On the Bloemfontein campus, it was the refurbishment of the library and the Genman Lectorium, and also 2 new solar plants. On South Campus, we've opened a 24/7 study venue, and also the library was refurbished. And on the Kwakwa campus, the library was also refurbished. 2 new tutorial venues were built, a student center, and also a diesel solar hybrid microgrid was also developed at the Kwakwa campus. And this is in short about the operations. Thank you.
Chairperson and honorable members, we close with the matter of stakeholders, stakeholder engagement, and I think it would be useful for us to reflect on who are primary stakeholders as a university. Clearly, the primary ones are our students and our staff. And whether a staff member is a member of an organized labor union or not, it's an important stakeholder of our university. Similarly, we have recognized, and we will continue to recognize, former students and staff as stakeholders of the university, whether they come forward as alumni or members of convocation. And in that context, that's partly why all of the stakeholders are here, Chair. Part and parcel of the government's policy of cooperative governance of the system is to include all the stakeholders of the institution as part and parcel of that instrument of cooperative governance. We also have key stakeholders because we are located here in the Free State. We bear the heavy burden of carrying the name of the province. And we have a very good and a strategic partnership with the provincial government to the extent that we have a memorandum of understanding. Likewise, with the local at the local government level, where we have membership on our council of the 2 municipalities where we operate, Maluku, Apufu, and here in Mangaung, and we also have a memorandum of understanding with each. Our Kwakwa campus, Chair, is located on the land of the Bakwena nation, and it is only proper that we have a good relationship, not just with the Bakwena, but every member of the royal houses, the 5 royal houses in the province. And again, we have memorandum of understanding with all 5 of them, and we continue to work with them to the best of our ability. Donors are important, and what this slide talks to is the issue of how we particularly focus on students and staff as a way of ensuring our stakeholder relationship is actually working. So we undertake research, we undertake studies, we undertake exploratory work to reflect on how well the issues that are facing our particular stakeholders are looking at. And the second slide is how that work then translates into action. So you identify an issue, you look at it, you make recommendations, and then obviously as a university we act on it. And I want to conclude, Chair, by saying that one of the things that we are currently doing, and we will be grateful to hear your views on it, is we are undertaking a brand and reputation survey of our university. We would like to hear, particularly from the external community, how you are experiencing us. What are the issues that you have identified that you believe we ought to be reflecting on and improving on? And lastly, we participate in rankings, and it's an issue that sometimes is emotive for some. But we participate in rankings for a simple reason, Chair, that we want to benchmark. An African child should not be lesser than a Chinese or a European child, and therefore it is important that as we produce a graduate out of our university, we do not train them to work outside of the borders of the Republic, but we want them to be comparable, if not better, than anybody from anywhere in the world. And the whole aspect of producing internationally competitive graduates is in the context of ensuring that we are able to benchmark ourselves to anybody in the world, so that any one of our graduates should not be in a position to say that, well, you come from the University of the Free State, you are not quite what the world is looking for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, VC and your team. Maybe let's give them a round of applause for their presentation. We may not agree with everything they've said, but at least they've put together a good presentation. IF, please take us through. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair, for your encourage. I'm not alone. I'm with Ms. Kimfidi Lange, and we agreed that she will handle a section of the presentation, and I will handle the other section. Thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe because when we introduced ourselves, you may not have been here.
Yes,
So
unfortunately.
introduce yourselves.
Did not have a seat. I was in the background. Thank you so much. Honourable
Yeah,
Chairperson.
there's a button somewhere. There's a device that
Yes,
is
it
it
is
on?
on. Yes, yes. Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chairperson, esteemed members of Parliament, Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of the Free State, Prof. Klopper, members of the EFS Executive, senior management, colleagues and stakeholders, good morning. My name is Kathy De Lange, and it is really a privilege to be here as representatives of the Institutional Forum of the University, and along with my colleague Jeanette, we will be presenting an overview to you about the roles and responsibilities of the IF at the University of the Free State. So the IF is established in terms of Section 26(2)(f) of the Higher Education Act 101 of 1997 as amended, and read with Section 31 and paragraphs 30 to 32 of the Statute of the University of the Free State. The IF is an advisory body and must advise Council on issues affecting the UFS as required by the Act, including but not limited to the following: the implementation of the Higher Education Act 1997 as amended, and the National Policy on Higher Education, policies on race, gender equality and other aspects of discrimination referred to in relevant legislation. The process followed in the selection of candidates for senior management positions
and the suitability of the intended appointees in meeting our equity targets. Codes of conduct, conciliation, mediation, and dispute resolution processes. The fostering of an institutional culture which promotes tolerance and respect for human dignity and fundamental human rights, creating a positive environment for learning, teaching, research, and promoting the language policy of the university. The IF can perform other functions as may be delegated or assigned to it by the Council. Where the Council does not accept the advice given by the IF, the Council must provide written reasons for not doing so. The IF will also annually review their remit and submit the recommended amendments to the UFS Council for consideration and approval. So our recommendations to take the university forward: there must be total commitment to Vision 130. We feel as the IF that is non-negotiable. It is also of the utmost importance that the UFS management ensures financial sustainability and viability. The lack of mines and big industries in the Free State does often hamper the generation of a third stream income, and the UFS should continue to support all staff members to explore and generate third stream income. Research outputs must be increased to promote the UFS as an institution of excellence. Senior staff members often feel that there should be more and intensive consultation with them to fulfill the strive to become a top-class research university. To promote transformation and equity, especially in senior positions where the IF plays a crucial role. The benefits and advantages of living in Bloemfontein and studying on one of our 3 beautiful campuses should constantly be highlighted to draw the best students and staff possible. UFS policies, as stipulated in the IF remit, must constantly be revised to stay abreast of relevant trends in higher education and relevant legislation. Constant attention should be given to fostering an institutional culture that promotes respect and tolerance for human dignity and human rights, and create a positive environment for teaching, research, learning, and community service. And I will now hand over to my colleague Jeanette to continue with the rest of the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Chair, let me once share greet again in this house. As now we are going to present here, Chair, the first slide of our presentation is where we have highlighted the establishment of NEHAU and what you are doing and whom that we are representing. That is the first slide. It shows there that we are representing the members, the employees in particular, from the academic staff, support staff, and the service workers. That's where we are serving. And then the next slide, Chair, is the readiness of the University of the Free State in 2025 academic year. As NEHAU, from the point of view, Chair, we agree that the university is ready for this academic year because we have seen from January, the 7th of January, where the registration started, till the 10th of February when the online registration were closed. And another thing, Chair, the staff is back and prepared to render a service for the university. And then all the lecturing staff, lecturing rooms, everything is ready for this academic year of 2025, Chair. Then if you go to another slide, that is where we have presented the problems that we are facing as the employees at the University of the Free State. Amongst the problems that we are facing, Chair, there are a lot of problems that I can mention here, but there are few that we have raised as a union. The first one, Chair, is the problem of the salaries. The salaries that the employees are earning is far less, Chair, than the cost of living at this moment. We are earning less. Two, the understaffed is another problem that we are facing. Most of the employees, Chair, are overloaded at their different working stations simply because we're understaffed. Another thing, Chair, that we wanted to raise is that we have a problem on the promotions and also on the job gradings. And also, Chair, we have a problem on the side of the lectures in terms of the promotion, as I just indicated. And also a problem on the side of support staff on the promotion. We know the reason is that we don't have a policy of promotion on the support staff, Chair. So maybe sometimes there are problems that might be the cause. On the promotions of the academics, Chair, we have people, or we have the academics that are resigning in numbers, Chair, simply because they don't get the promotions. Another thing is that the resignation is made by the salary that they are earning, as I just indicated. So those are the problems that facing the academic staff. Let me check again, Chair. Yeah, I think those are the problems that we have raised as the Labour Union, Chair. Another thing, Comrade Chair, is that the problem that is here is that we have people who are working for private company, especially the security personnel. So we are still in a position to engage management around the issue of the insourcing, because what we are requesting is that this organization or these private companies, they're exploiting our members down there, where you'll find that sometimes they will be underpaid, sometimes, Chair, some of their benefits will be infringed in a sense that one will be on maternity leave, not getting the bonus and the stuff. There are a lot of issues that we can raise, but what we are requesting in most cases is that those people be insourced, Chair, because really they are exploited by these private companies. Now, out of all this, Chair, we have drafted some few recommendations at the union, maybe trying to assist in this regard. What we are raising as the point of departure to this problem, Chair, is that the university is facing a very serious challenge of the finances, Chair. That might be something that might lead to the problems that we have raised. So we are requesting maybe to the higher education sector as an organized union that can't you look at the subsidy that the government is giving the university? Because that subsidy is the subsidy that determines the salaries of the employee. And then maybe if the salary or the subsidy that is coming from the sector of higher education can increase, and it will affect the salaries of the employees in a sense that maybe we'll get the living wage at the end of the day. Another thing that maybe we raise as a recommendation, Chair, is that when we negotiate the salaries as the employees or as the labor unions at the University of the Free State, we are negotiating alone. Now, we are calling to the sector maybe to organize something like a central bargaining, central collective bargaining at the sector level, where the salaries of the employee will be discussed or negotiated nationwide in terms of the percentages. So I think in that fashion it will assist us, Comrade Chair. That's what sorry, Chair. We normally used to call ourselves comrades, so I will. So that's what we're asking, Chair, to say maybe consider the central bargaining, collective bargaining, so that maybe we take it as a point of departure in terms of discussing the salaries, especially the percentages. Because when we discuss the percentages alone, as the University of the Free State, those percentages not the percentage that really is satisfactory, Chair. So that is in a nutshell, Chair, what we prepared for this gathering today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Labour. If you can just switch off the mic while we also thank them for the presentation with a round of applause. Student leadership.
If I may interject, we've got a second union.
Oh.
And they will also do a short presentation.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, usually we don't do that. What we normally do is that we ask you to do, the Labour to do joint presentation. So when we received this one, I thought you only have one union. I'm sure our letter to the unions were very clear that we do joint presentation. So I will allow the other union, but assist us, colleagues. We understand that you have different interests as unions, represent different groupings. Your mandate is to, what is one, your mandate is to represent workers. So we always say that maybe put your differences aside and put together one presentation for to represent the workers. So the second, I don't know who's going to present, if you can take us through.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
It's afternoon now. It's good afternoon now.
Good afternoon, sorry.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, we're planned. I know that we're prepared that we'll present in the morning. But thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Johnson. I'm one of the vice chairs of PERSU, one of the unions at the University of the Free State. I know the time, so I will do it as quickly as possible. All right. The mission of PERSU is we are a professional and non-political union, and we strive to serve the interests of members collectively and within the framework of the existing labour legislation, and promote positive attitudes towards the preservation and growth of the university as an institution. We can move to the next slide. PERSU's role on the UFS campuses. The UFSA has a collective agreement with the UFS Council and imposes agency fees on non-members according to the labour legislation. PERSU has a cooperation agreement with NAHAVA to negotiate as a mutual forum for salary adjustments. UFPERSU and HAVO are the only recognized unions on the UFS campuses. UFPERSU is thus fully recognized as an important role player on all three campuses. The important for UFPERSU's priorities are to prevent unfair discrimination, to protect jobs and to ensure job security and to ensure a healthy and a safe workplace. We are also in contact with other universities, and that is specifically on salaries, negotiations, and see what is going on other universities. The next slide, the UFPERSU Management Committee meets quarterly with the management of the university and other members of UFPERSU. Management Committee meets quarterly with the management of the university and other members of UFPERSU. Management Committee meets quarterly with the management of the university and other members of UFPERSU. And anyone can submit matters for discussion to the Chief Executive Officer of UFPERSU. UFPERSU also supports the Vision 130 of the university, and we maintain good relationships with human resources and employee relations management. We also look at our community, speaking about the community as the university community, where we hand out refreshments from time to time to protection services members, which are essential services, especially in the cold winter times and over the festive season when they work, and even if the rest of us is having a break. The readiness of the university for 2025 academic year from a union's perspective. Like I said, we engage regularly with the youth management, and the CEO is also part of the executive of the Senate and University Management Committee, where regular updates are given about the registration targets of the university and the registration process of the university. Currently, we are satisfied with the feedback received, and we feel comfortable that our academic staff members in faculties and staff members in support services can proceed with their duties and responsibility. We look forward to another year in which they can contribute sensibly and positively to higher education in South Africa. Academic planning is very important, and UFPERSU regularly engages with the Directorate of Institutional and Academic Planning, and we are satisfied that planning is done skillfully and well in advance. Challenges of workers at the university. Most staff members are satisfied with their work circumstances, but there will always be challenges in the workplace. At the university, one of the challenges currently is, if I can call it, freezing of job gradings and promotions and to appoint new staff members, but that was an initiative taken last year just to ensure that financially the university can be viable. The problem is that some posts have ceilings due to specific duties and responsibilities as determined by inherent requirements of the post and the post levels. To earn a better salary, support staff members must then apply for other positions on a higher level, or they leave the service of the university. Salary adjustments to satisfy workers' needs are always a challenge, especially for unions, to ensure that members can make a decent living on the salaries they are earning. Some workers have to travel far to come to work, and the transport costs are high. And some workers are providing for extended families, and food prices are also soaring. And the UFS provides employees with ample opportunities of growth and learning, and UFPERSU also encourage our members to take on new challenges, and we expect of the UFS to offer recognition when staff members go above and beyond. However, time to attend classes can sometimes be challenging for members due to the workload and responsibilities. It's common for some employees to feel burdened by the overwhelming volume of tasks they're given and leading to a decline in work satisfaction. A big workload can be a challenge, especially where there are vacancies. In the academe, staff members must teach, do research, and engage in community service. To do research and to deliver publications requires some staff members to work long hours, and family time becomes a challenge. However, staff members can find ways to work around the challenge by way of proper planning around lecturers. The UFS is diligent in the regard, and the Human Resource Division delivers a good service concerning mental wellness and work satisfaction for the staff. Recommendations to take forward from a union's perspective, it's the utmost importance that the university management ensure financial sustainability and viability. The lack of mines and big industries in the Free State are hampering the generation of third stream income, and the UFS should proceed to get support to staff members to explore and generate third stream income. Incentives for research outputs could be reviewed to motivate academics to do research published in highly rated publications. Funding for bursaries should be explored, and there should be more opportunities for staff to excel in their positions. It should be made easier for students to register online, and the benefits and advantages of living in Bloemfontein and studying on one of the 3 campuses of the university should constantly be highlighted to draw the best students and staff to the university. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to give students VC. In the meantime, you will tell us. You just make sure that you are preparing lunch. We don't want. We want to eat before we ask questions, because once my members ask you questions, normally you don't give us food. So yes, in the meantime, please. Yeah, let's prepare food whilst we are still in a good mood. You see. After lunch, I'm not sure about my members. SRC, is the laptop sabotaging? Oh, okay, it's moving.
The presentation is not the right one.
Oh,
A new presentation.
Oh.
Can I also have the controller? The slide controller?
Yeah, so how do we get to the right presentation? The students send us a presentation. They've changed it. Yeah, they've sent a new one now.
We have it, yes, we have it. I'm going to send it on email.
Yeah.
This one. Yes, I can send it on the group if that's fine.
Email.
It is an email. Who is it?
What is your email address? Let's send it to you.
Yeah, I'll just forward it to you.
Naidu D1. Naidu.
It's this one, right? It's the one that you sent at 11. It's updated.
Yeah.
Let's check it first, just to make sure that it is the one. It's this one. Perfect. So I'm forwarding it to
Naidu, N-A-I, D1. D1 at ufs.ac.za.
I'm just forwarding it as is.
Yeah.
So it's message sent. It's sent.
Yeah, and then send it to us.
No, Anna did send it.
Okay.
It's at 11:05.
Okay. You should have an email. It's
Yeah.
coming. Okay. It's probably still passing the Honorable Msezan. It's working very slow. Acting President, you can introduce it in the meantime.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, esteemed members of the Parliament Committee, the university management, and our fellow student leaders as well. My name is Mpho Maloka, and I'm the current Acting President General of the University of the Free State. In my acting capacity, the current President General was suspended and the matter has been given over to the SDMU, which is the Student Mediation and Disciplinary Unit. And I would also like to thank you, Chair, for allowing the compliments of our SRC members to fully be here and present so that we are able to engage fully and give all the points that we need to put on the table. I would love to appreciate that opportunity and thank you for that. No, I'll use this one, but then we have this one as well. So we need to just wait for the presentation. Because we are done with the coming and it's yeah, these are the paintings for the one but then we are waiting for this one. This is issue. I'm going to blur the slide. Open the slide for me. Say social issues. Social issues. Yeah. So I just see from there. Informative as well. Never going to see another MP.
Can I just react on that?
Yeah.
That's the tempo. Do not react on that for the presentation. I'm sure we should present the issue to the presentation. I think my page is running and there is another page that's really page.
Lapaya is summarized. Then I'm just going there as an overview because I don't want to go through what I wrote.
And this one, the two presentations, the old one and the new one. It's full of pages, they are not the same as the old one and the new one. We are sure the pages they are the same. Information is the same.
But how? No, this is the new one. The only pages that changed is 1, 2, 3. The design, everything is the same. As the institution.
We're not winning.
No, we're winning.
Oh.
Yeah, but it makes one that must be. Yeah, no, it gives me that. I needed it the most.
Thank you.
Q&A acting president.
It is. Thank
Take
you.
us through. Colleagues, let's give the SRC a chance to present. We did say the venue is quite small, so if we are conversing, it will be loud. President, acting
Thank you,
president.
Chair. Who we are as the Institutional Representative Council from the University of the Free State, presiding over many to close to 38,000 students from all over the country and all the campuses, all the 3 campuses of the institution, namely the Bloemfontein campus, Kwakwa, and the South campus. We are tasked with the responsibility to empower students, create solutions dedicated to addressing the key challenges, particularly financial exclusion, inequality, food insecurity, safety, and access quality healthcare. Through advocacy, accountable leadership, and disciplined action, we aim to foster a collaborative, inclusive environment that empowers every student to succeed and thrive. The key challenges that we just highlighted on include the psychosocial issues, financial support, academic support, and advocacy as a whole. Under the psychosocial issues, we have the food insecurity, which touches base on the NSH. And the NSH is the No Student Hungry program, which the university offers. But we have to know that it is it's a quite progressive program, but it also should be noted that it has limited resources, because sometimes when we have students applying for this food parcels or the food bursary package, they may be told that they have a limited stock or they are just out of stock, and sometimes they cannot even proceed to apply for the food parcels. Under inclusivity and diversity, most of the campus off-campus students are not accommodating quad students. And this poses as a challenge because most of them are not fully checked or thoroughly accredited to check if they can accommodate these students. And also with the policy that is in place within our residences that at the age of 23, when you live in a junior residence, you need to move out of res. Then who caters for these students when they also move off campus? Because a lot of our students are from off-campus accommodations, and some of these community of the quad students are not being catered for. The student safety, although the university has launched a progressive program, the ministerial campus safety, there's still a concern pertaining to student safety off campus with the little visibility of patrol officers. We are currently having insufficient patrollers in the areas around the main campus, which is the Bloemfontein campus, whereby the South campus and the Kotwa campus do not have little to no access of these patrollers, which is quite alarming because majority of these students in these two specific campuses reside off campus. If they don't get access to the protection service or people patrolling for them, and only the BFN has insufficient. And also touching base on the ambulance and health emergencies, there is an issue of how the university responds to emergencies. Extremely high staff also turnover in critical departments, which is the health and wellness department. On this one, we have been hearing the ER24 has always been the only service provider we had, and for medical emergency services, we believe that they are inadequate to support students fully when we have emergencies, because sometimes you need to determine whether this is an emergency really for you to call an ambulance for them to come and assist the student, but also as a student leader, or whether you are a resident assistant or a resident committee, you are also a student. Sometimes when someone is in a situation, they are really are there, and you can't just think that they don't need medical attention, or you think that they can't be assisted because of you are not a medical practitioner yourself. So on this one, we just recommend that we have more of service providers that are gonna be in the same, giving competition to the very same service provider that we have. Probably they can start improving their services. Another issue that we tend to have a lot is that most of the pregnant students, there is absolutely no support for this group of students, because they only see, it looks like when you're pregnant is a crime, and also they are only allowed to stay in rest until 6 months or 4 months. So this is only applicable for those who are currently residing on campus. With this transition, the residences do not give deposits back to the students when they now have to leave the campuses. And this factor has a financial constraint on the students which are affected by this. Within within the on-campus, there is peer support for these students with their friends, with their LCs, with their peer mentors, but this, and also having access to study labs, libraries, SCOFC health services. But what are we saying also to those students who reside off campus? Because this becomes a limitation for them. And what are we saying to them? Because there's no policy that addresses the students residing off campus when it comes to the pregnancy policy. This is not an adequate service that is being given to all the students, especially the ones residing off campus. And this is why these students run into external organizations like the pregnancy crisis organization, which is an NPO. And on another note, NSFAS pays for these students. It pays full residence amount to cater for the students, but there won't be any refund or any support to cater for the students once they have to leave the residence because of the state they will be in when they are pregnant. And the only thing that we would love to also highlight on this matter is that it's actually a recommendation as well, that we can have the HRA using this remaining amount of money that is left from the payout that they got from the NSFAS or the bursary that they would have had to cater for their accommodation, to try help the non-profit organizations that actually get to help these students. We then have the financial support which one of them is a major problem in the Gota campus, whereby it was listed as the metro campus, and now it has been moved to the Gota, to the rural cap, which is whereby we have a 25,000 cap for the off-campus accommodation. And some of these accommodations have been improved. Some of these accommodations have been accredited, but still it becomes a challenge with the 25,000 cap that they have put on the off-campus accommodations. And the on-campus accredited accommodation, they exceed the NSFAS cap, even if we are going to address the off-campus accommodations. But we are also neglecting the fact that most of our on-campus accommodation, they always leave us with student debts because of the remaining amount that we have to pay after the allocation has been made by our bursaries, for instance, with the NSFAS, because majority of our students use the NSFAS. The defunding, the TVET cycle, the students who applied during the TVET cycle, the higher certificates, and also with the wrongfully awarding of degrees and appeals, and also with extended programs. We have faced a very difficult situation and issue when it came to registration, because we're having a deregistration which is scheduled for the 31st of May. But then the appeals are still not responded. We still have the students that have bursaries that have turned to TVET cycles, and some of them with the NSFAS engagement that we had, they just said they won't be helped, which leads to a dead end for advocacy at this point, because there's nothing we can do after this. Under academic support, we have the work integrated learning, its transportation issues. We have faculties like law and education that have practicals and they need transportation. On this one, I feel it's a bit inadequate because we have the health science faculty that has transport, whereby when they have to do their work integrated learning and their practicals as well, but then with other faculties, they're not being well catered for. It also raises an alarm because now these students have to pay from their own pockets to execute to be able to attend their practicals as well. Under the uncertainty of the South Campus, I would love to just mention on this one that most of the time with this campus, they do not have adequate resources as with the relevant departments, the relevant offices, and most of the time, students need to travel from the South Campus to the Bloemfontein campus to get assisted and to also get whatever information they need. But it also becomes a financial burden to the students because the often traveling at times is actually quite costly. Under postgraduate student supervision, we have the Vision 130 in place, which advocates for the UFS being a research-led institution, which we fully support. But now, what do we say to students who are actually postgraduate students, but they are not supervised? We now have an example of a law student who cannot graduate his master's because the supervisor did not submit all his work and because they were on a vacation. This is just how the supervision is treated like a favor and not a formal. There is also not a formal protocol to hold the supervisors accountable. The offer withdrawals versus the targets. We have a problem within our university that most of the time we tend to have more offers given out to students much more than the space that is actually there. And now it led to education students, especially with the education faculty and the humanities faculty. We had more than the offers that were given to prospective students, but we had a limited space that was available for them. Now when we have to, some of these students had to come because I got an offer and I also accepted this offer, but only when I get to come to the university to register, I'm being told to go back home because my offer has been withdrawn. So we had a lot of students who actually got their offers withdrawn within the Faculty of Education and Humanities within our university. Under academic support, city management meeting we had that an issue of the health science faculty, which is predominantly white, and most of these students were getting high grades. But we had an issue of the health science faculty, which is predominantly white, and most of these students were getting high grades. But another contributing factor, another factor that could lead to this, it's because of we have the racial, the question papers written in Afrikaans and in English as well. But also if they are able to understand the question papers better because they are written in their home language, how about we have 12 official languages being printed out to have all the students and all the races and all the tribes being accommodated within that space? Probably we can also have a higher turn-up of success, especially within the specific faculties. And the overlapping of the academic year. This one was just touching base on how we can have our exams, the additional and the rewriting exams written in January instead of in December before they actually go home, because it affects the registration process. Now when we have to finish, we now have to re-cater for the students after the results come out, which sometimes becomes a tedious process. Touching base on advocacy, under student victimization, we currently have 17 CSRC members who were found guilty and given a sentence of expulsion that is currently suspended for 3 years with conditions of not being found guilty of such conduct all again. This was also part of the student advocacy and also them trying to advocate for the students during the registration period. And also with the role of the student affairs, we have found the student affairs having to submit the student leaders to a limited extent. The no student representation in accreditation and verification processes of the off-campus residences. We do not have such, and we would want to be part of the accreditation processes because it's the same landlords that you would see having accreditation year over again and again. But once you have raised up the matters, no one says anything about them. The limited representation in council. This one is just on the D-head policy, whereby we only allow 2 members and the president. But I think if we could look at it so that because with the 38,000 students that we represent, the 2 representatives are simply not enough. And talking about the success of the SRC, the ISRC as well, we also branch it out as the challenges we have mentioned above. The psychosocial challenges and also the successes. We had a food bank initiative. A temporary accommodation that we tried to champion because we couldn't get any temporary accommodation within the residences on campus. We have an ISRC trust fund, an ISRC implementation plan for emergency medical services for off-campus students, support for the arrested students, the safety buddies that we had implemented. And under financial, we managed to negotiate the first payment reduction with the relevant stakeholders within our university, the financial concessions that took place, the ISRC trust fund, and however the financial concessions also still managed to cover a certain number of students, which was a success as well. The ISRC trust fund, the off-campus accommodation deposits. Under academics, we have the reinstated office in the education and the NSFAS faculty. So most of the students who got to lose their office, we advocated to a particular extent for a certain number of them to be reinstated their office. Registered higher certificate students, like I've mentioned as well, that we had a high number of higher certificate students that had applied, and the university managed to extend, also within the humanities faculty, they managed to extend the number to accommodate a portion of these students as well. The graduation tickets, whereby we advocated that we have more than 2 tickets per graduate. The exam drive that we had, the 24-hour library operation. We had a 24-hour library operating during exam season to accommodate both the on-campus and the off-campus students. Under the co-governance, we have managed to build a good relationship with our stakeholders within the university, especially with the finance department during the registration period, and also with the engagements that the ISRC has. We had managed to execute a lot out of them and get a lot from the university, and that is also much appreciated. On the readiness, we are just highlighting the factors that are hindering the state of readiness within the university. The 25,000 private accommodation cap, the deregistration, which is on the 31st of May 2025, the NSFAS delays, the inhabitation of student advocacy, potential expulsion and interdict, student safety, food insecurity, health awareness department staff turnover, the lack of activeness between finance and NSFAS. And on the recommendations, we would love the institution to support fully the request for the food bank that we have, so that we are able to meet the NSH that is already in place, where they can't be able to assist the students. the pregnant students, partnering with the NGOs like the Pregnancy Crisis Center for more support. I think the only way the university can be able to assist us, like I've mentioned also with the recommendation I had made under this subtopic, was that at least the money that the students will leave behind when they leave on campus because of being pregnant, the money remaining, at least they can try to use it to support the NGOs that are always accepting and assisting these students, since they can't get the same help from the assisting these students, since they can't get the same help from the institution, can be implemented. The work integration program provides transport for all groups of students and faculties that have the work integrated programs. The emergency services, it's also one thing that I have mentioned, that the competitive approach of tenders towards the 24 hours, towards the ambulances and the ER24, and we also propose that we have a clinic working 24 hours inside campus to avoid having to call the ambulance when it's unnecessary. Because if I'm a student and I'm seeing someone collapse, it's an emergency in my eyes, but probably not in someone who's in the medical faculty. They will have another view. So if we would have a 24-hour clinic, probably with just people to receive these students when we have emergencies in the middle of the night, that would be very much appreciated. And student advocacy, relaxation of the court interdict. Relaxation of the court interdict and inclusion of student representation in accreditation and verification processes. More representation also in the council. Under the NSFAS issues to decentralize institutions, we should have at least offices within our campuses across all the universities in our country, because it's actually a national problem that we always have to run and the consultant sometimes is never there. We never get assisted. We at least need to have people, not interns, people who are actually officials within the NSFAS to come and assist from time to time basis on the campus. The postgraduate students, the decentralization of CGS and academic grievance protocol. Under academic offers, the issue of offers, we recommend that at least offers are released in batches, that if the students don't respond to this batch of offers, you now know that we're not going to conflict ourselves in giving offers and to a larger group of students than the ones that we can't actually cater for. So probably having to give students offers in batches is also going to reduce the complications we also had faced during the registration period with this type of student. So the UFS alignment with NSFAS guidelines and the communication to students. Under the universal access, the principles of accreditation within the off-campus residence, that is all that we plead with. And with the spirituality, we would recommend that we have a certified spiritual practitioner in each campus, because most of the time we would also have a cohort of these students having an awakening or an incantation or something that has to do with the spiritual practices, and we have no one who's able to assist them. And another thing with this one, it's actually concerning that we are an African university as well. And we also have a population of more than 60% of students that are African. But the fact that the sabbatical, a spiritual sabbatical is not provided, it suggests that the Western principles supersede the traditional ones that we already have. And that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting President. Colleagues, we have received presentation from everyone who was supposed to present. Received presentation from everyone who was supposed to present. by the students, raised by the management. So when we come back from lunch, we're going to eat first. We have people with comorbidities, We don't want to exacerbate their illnesses. So we're going to take lunch. And then when we come back, NSFAS, you're going to respond to the issues that were directed at yourselves. And then we will then take members who will engage with the presentations, all of them, IF, workers, students, management itself. So yeah, we'll go on a lunch hour, but I think we must just note that management, you seem to have a very good relationship with your workers and IF. We believe that the relationship with the students could improve. Our advice almost all the time this is that, and Chair of Council and Council members, is that to avoid having problems, especially at the beginning of the year, you'd have your president of the SRC having regular meetings with yourself as the vice chancellor, so that you guys are on the same page. What challenges the university has, challenges students are facing. Then you'll have the Secretary General also having regular meetings with the register, looking at the targets that you have. What is the challenge? Why are students not registering? Maybe the concessions that you have about students paying a certain amount of money. Full of course, with that, you will have to find a mechanism where you are able to meet regularly outside of the normal bargaining, just so that the university understand the challenges of workers. And we always say this, that the workers are your service delivery drivers. So if the workers, the people who are supposed to give service delivery to your clients, which is the students, are on go slow, you'll not see the results. So the relationships there between yourselves, your service delivery drivers, your clients, which is the student, must find a way of making that work. Obviously, the core business being teaching and learning and all of that. So we are going to take lunch. I hope we're ready, busy, so that we eat quickly. It's 1:30 now. We will take 45 minutes. We'll be back at 2:15. So let's just grab quickly there. So that those of us who need medication, at least around 5. Are we going busy? Just outside. We're back at 2:15. We're starting at 2:15, colleagues. Thanks.
What we missed. Yeah, spiritual, but we can cover spiritual. Yeah, no, but I didn't know what else they do with the recommendations. We have left the other side, doing the recommendations, so we're able to move back. But I'm happy to be on the students. Okay, let me cover it. You know, when we entered for the first time,
I want to thank you for being honest, putting the issues on the table. Of course, there are some things that I'm hearing for the first time, so I appreciate this. And I mean, the other part is that I've actually asked a couple of times, so where is opportunity for me to engage? I've asked that. Apparently, that's not always been the custom. So I'm getting to know how to get it. I think I've said to all of you, I'm there to engage. I'm there to hear from you. But thanks for being open and candid. And so we really want to work with you. And I mean, I was sitting there like, pregnant girls, of course, that's very close to my heart. And hearing that there's no, so let's work together and see how we
maybe this will recommend something, because we have requested a meet and greet with you, and it's taking longer than we expected. Maybe we can fast track with the executive director of student affairs.
So we just need to, yes, my manager, we need to prioritize that. Really, we need to prioritize.
Certain issues so that we actually give you an enlightenment, especially if we were able to have this before. We were going to be able not to get, like, I feel bad that at some point we had to expose a lot of things like this without having them internally being addressed.
And some of the meetings and I know that is not your intent, is that we can address some of these internally. And it's not nice for me to hear it for the first time, but we just need to find a way of how we can work together. I mean,
because if ever we've had an opportunity to engage before, maybe some of these issues could have been addressed. But we are really asking for you to fast track that meet and greet with the SRC, because we've already submitted to the.
Let's do that. You've got my commitment as soon as this is possible that we do that.
And I'm so sorry. We're sorry as well.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. Let's work together.
Thank you.
You did a good job. Yeah.
I wasn't like it took something like fast was.
Good job. I mean, you really did.
That's why I said, okay, let's follow, let's be defensive. What happened? Check what other
So we have eaten now, Vice Chancellor. My members are going to engage now openly because there's nothing now that stops us from asking sometimes very difficult questions. So, members, it's 14:15, Honorable Souls, interactive discussions. So you will indicate SRC, NSFAS, management, IF, workers, who you want to ask the question to, but NSFAS, there were points that were made. I said that we'll start with you. I don't know who's going to lead the responses, so that even when members ask, at least you would have provided some context on some of the issues that were raised. So, is assumed Mr. Mkondileli will take us through. Yeah.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'm going to touch on some of the questions or comments raised, and then my colleagues also will come in to assist with some. The first item or issue that I'm going to touch on is the Xwexwe accommodation. The SRC report indicated that there was a reduction of, actually even the management report, there was a reduction from 35,000 to 25,000. So previously, we used to receive submissions from institutions and we look at it, there was no guideline. So what happened this year, NSFAS then decided to put together sort of a framework which will then guide how we're going to agree on the unaccredited accommodation. By the way, those are unaccredited accommodation. So what we even had a discussion with the SRC together with the CFO earlier, and then we then agreed that the best thing, if the SRC or even the management are not comfortable with the 2,500, which makes the 25,000, the best thing, go and look at these accommodations. Identify the ones that needs to be moved from unaccredited to accredited, rather than generalizing it for all the accommodation providers, because the SRC even reported to us that some of these accommodations are now improved, so there's a need for the university to look at them. So the suggestion is that the university, together with the SRC, they will go back, look at these accommodations and identify the ones that needs to be accredited, and then the accreditation process will start. So we introduced the cap of 25,000 for all unaccredited accommodation to also manage the NSFAS budget, because there was no control. We needed to also control that. So that's actually where we are regarding the Xwexwe accommodation. But we agreed that we are going to engage on that once they've already indicated the ones that need to be accredited. The second issue or item, Chair, is the on-campus accreditation. I want to suggest that the university should be the one looking at it, where they are saying on-campus accreditation, accredited accommodation exceeds the NSFAS cap. I think the university should maybe come in and assist on that one. The third item is the issue of the higher certificate of the defunded students. Yes, what happened is that we've identified some of the students who then took more than a year to complete their higher certificate. So we do have a CR, a change request that was submitted to our ICT to update the system. It was logged. Actually, we started doing this sometime in February. We've already addressed a whole lot of students, but the ones that are outstanding, we've already raised a change request. We logged it on Thursday, and then there is a follow-up that is being done so that we can assist these students. But it was more around the issue of students who would then go and do higher certificate. Now some of them would want to move from higher certificate to the mainstream qualification. So we are working with the university to address such issues. I think the number now is around 63, which is what the change request is addressing. And then the one last issue from my end is the incorrectly awarded qualification. I think, Chair, there's just some sort of misunderstanding there. What is expected from the university annually is that the university should submit results to NSFAS. So when they submit the results, they must indicate if some of their students are graduated or have they have completed their qualification. So we have identified an issue of students where the received results will have a graduation indicator as if they've completed the qualification. We are also working with the university to try and address such, because we immediately requested the university to resubmit the results indicating that the students are not yet done with their qualifications. They still need to come back so that they can complete their qualification. So it's something that is also being addressed with the university. Chairperson. Okay, thanks from my end.
Thank you, Chair. So on my part, it's the students that applied for TVET cycle. So you've got two groups there, right? So let me start with the ones that applied in 2024. So we opened applications on the 20th of September last year for 2025 funding. Some students went into the system between the 15th and the 20th. On the drop-down menu, when you apply, there was T3 for 2024. So that's a TVET cycle. So those students applied thinking they were applying for 2025. So that's the first group. There's about 12,000 students in that group that are currently registered at universities. There is a submission that has been made to the acting CEO. He is looking at that because it's likely going to cost around 1 billion, so he still has to take that to the board for consideration. Then there's the second group that applied in January 2025. That group, we were open for TVET applications for 2 weeks. So there are university students who applied for funding in that cycle of the 2 weeks. Some students got immediate funding because obviously some are SASA students. However, the problem we sit with there is that if, for instance, you fund me who applied for university funding in January, but my TILI did not apply because TILI respected the rules that it was only open for TVET. It is then not fair for NSFAS to continue funding this student who applied for university funding, but it was only open for TVET. So there, a decision was taken that NSFAS cannot fund those students because not everybody got a fair chance to apply. It was strictly open for TVET colleges. However, you got university students to apply there. So that's a different approach than the one that is being considered who applied in September 2024, thinking they were applying for 2025. We will advise, Chair, through the Secretariat, how far that process has gone with the board as well, and the improvements thereof. The second one on my side is the decentralization. So in administration, we had a task team that was dealing with the decentralization of NSFAS. We had identified that we would open offices in Gauteng, in KZN, in the Eastern Cape, obviously in addition to the Western Cape office. However, administration has now ended. There is now a new board and there's an acting CEO. The board is looking at how they would want to move forward with the decentralization. Again, that is something right now that is being discussed at that level. We have made the decision. Thank you, Chair. But we will advise of the decision that comes thereof.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, on my side, I'll be touching on the issue of appeals that was raised by the university as well as student leaders. Overall, Chair, we received over 75,000 appeals. In total, it's about 76,000 appeals received from all institutions. And of those, we had already funded and approved 29,994. And then we've got about 1,535. But I think it's important, Chair, that I give a breakdown on how we process appeals at NSFAS. We receive appeals from students, and then those appeals would be assigned by a team leader to a
an appeal worker. That appeal worker will work on those appeals, and when they find that the documents that are provided together with the reasons for students to appeal, then they would recommend the appeal to be approved. Then that's the second layer. Then that appeal will be appeal approved. And then once that appeal is approved, it would require a team leader now to finalize, which then will also change the application status if that appeal is approved. So that's how then these appeals are working. So overall, we've got 1,535. This requires now team leaders to process these. And then we've got 9,079 appeals that are awaiting supporting documents. Here, it's students that are submitting appeals with some missing information, and we do request students to submit the information. But what is important is that we only give students 30 days to submit the required information. Failing to do that, then it would mean that the appeal will be closed, and then there will be no further opportunity for those students to be funded. Then we've got submitted appeals. Submitted appeals that we have to date is 5,169. These ones are appeals that were received recently. I've checked the dates. Many of these appeals have been received towards the end of February, and some were received at the beginning of March. So they require now to be assigned to a caseworker. The caseworker will work on that appeal. When they recommend the appeal to be finalized, to be approved or to be rejected, then it will happen in that manner. Then it will be finalized, and the appeal will be, and the application status will change. But I have I took the breakdown of the University of Free State only. We have received only 716 appeals from here, and then we approved 51, but this 51 now requires team leaders to finalize so that it can translate to the application status. We've got 170 appeals that are awaiting information, and then we've got 143 appeals that are already closed. We closed them because we're saying we are giving students 30 days to submit the required information. Failing to do that, then that appeal will be closed. We finalized approved 25 appeals. We finalized rejected appeals 29. Then the submitted are only 58. Then there are students over the weekend that is sitting now on 238. They require to be reassigned to appeal workers so that we can check that the information that we have requested, we have indeed received that information. So that's basically the breakdown of U-offs from the 76,000 that we have received. Then the second point, Chair, that the institution had spoken about, it's the students that were defunded in 2024. The process, there were 10,940 students that were defunded. We had then, the organization took a decision in January or late in December to say, let's allow these students to submit proof that their income is below 350,000. So we opened a mailbox from the 3rd of January until the 17th of January this year. But from the responses we have received from institutions, we have only received 5,140 from the 10,940 that we have sent from students. When we further interrogate the responses we have received, we found out that there were duplicates on those emails. We were only left with 2,110 unique emails from students. Then we assessed those that have sent us the information. We found 458 students that were below 350,000. We found 520 students that were above 350,000 but below 600,000. Then we found 266,000 that the income was indeed above the 600,000. And then 604 of those students are students that had sent to NSFAS incomplete supporting documents. And then we have 262 that did not send any supporting documents at all. That's the breakdown now of the 2,110, the first cohort that we have received. We then said, because the number that we have received was way too low when we compare with the initial number of students that were defunded, we then said, let's open the process again. We opened the process again, and then from that, we found only 284 that we have received on the second batch, and then the third batch we received 202 that responded. We further said, since we had our servicing administrators on the ground, if they find students that are coming to them and they claim that they were rejected, sorry, they were defunded, they must request that they provide them with ITA 34, and then they check if it's below 350, and then they will send it to our office so that we can be able to assist these students. But I think I had a discussion with Utili, who is heading the university department, to find out if, do we still have funds for 2024? Because at some point we would need to close this process, because so that we don't mislead students to say we will pay, whereas we know we are not going to pay, mainly because there are no funds. But in total, the 574 students that we found to be below 350,000, that cohort has been sent already to the team that deals with disbursement, so that we can reinstate funding for these students, and then they can be allowed to register. So that's then the update, Chair, with regards to the students that were defunded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a concerning that we're not getting the numbers from this 10,000. I will suggest that you form we have a relationship with SRCs on all campuses. Say SRCs at UFs, maybe you have 200 that were defunded. Help us get the students. I'm sure they should have them. So have a relationship with the SRCs to get the students. Some of them, Kaya, they told you that because you last year had opened applications for the loan, some of them told you that we are indeed earning above 350 and below 600, and we are applying for the loan. If you look at on the system, you'll find that others, they did not apply for a bursar, so they did not mislead or lie to NSFAS saying they lend their parents earn less than 350. They did indicate, indeed, our parents earn above 350 but below 600, but we were applying for a loan. Even when we opened the application, it says loan. But your system did not pick it up, which is, we don't know what is the number of those that had applied for a loan that you ended up dealing with there. So on others, we'll make comments, I think, towards the end. You will be first, Honorable Koike the first. We have, it's our first two, so we have we have 20 minutes. It's a conversation, one question, one answer. You just indicate. So we'll move it from 14:35 to 14:55. Thanks. You can go.
Thank you, Chairperson, and our colleagues. As you see, the pattern is I've got 20 minutes. So if I interject whilst you answer, please understand it's not out of disrespect, but just because I'd like to maximize on the time that I have. So if I'm satisfied with the response, and then I'll interject sometimes. UFS, we'll start off mildly for me, Chair. We received, when we went to do the site visit, we received a presentation thing in the car there. So I'm going to start with that just as a matter of interest. On page number 7, this is for UFS, page number 7, facilities management. Is my understanding correct that for tree pruning, it is a total of 2 people to manage 49 hectares? Is that a correct understanding, or am I reading it differently? UFS? Anybody that feels Chair, we pause it.
Yeah, it's a. Yes,
Because the
visit.
time when they're doing a lot of things.
Yes, visit.
Just want to deter, you say each page?
Page 7?
Page 7.
7.4 to be specific?
Yeah, it's page 9.
Page 9. Oh, that's, yeah.
Sorry, section 7.
That's what I was looking for.
Section 7, 7.4.
Yeah.
The table there is it two personnel for?
I see that, yeah. So, Susan? Yeah, the explanation is on page 9, it's the table 7.4, and honorable sources refer to tree pruning.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chairperson, if I can answer. This is correct, but what you have to keep in mind is that many of our processes are automated, and they are only responsible for pruning the trees, and then we even reduced the trees. So they did some scientific calculations when they determine how many manpower is needed to do the work. So they also have gardeners, they also have other staff who assist. So these two people are only mainly responsible for the pruning of trees. But if you look at the trees, some of the trees do not need pruning. Thank you.
I think I'm asking, I understand that, because there's also a line item for gardening and lawn mowing and so on, so I understand that. So specifically for tree pruning, is it 2 people that prunes trees on 49 hectares?
Yeah, yes, it's correct, but you also have to look at the number of trees, and they work it out scientifically to determine how many people are needed to do certain work. And if additional capacity is needed, then they will make use of external service providers if they need additional capacity. But at this stage, it appears if they have sufficient capacity of the existing staff members to assist with the gardening service.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm just using your information, right? So all the scientific ratio is not mentioned here. So I take it that you then are telling me that indeed there's 2 people, depending on how many trees is on 49 acres. And in the table you are saying that when it comes to the square meters per person, you're saying it's not relevant. 49 hectares is 490,000 square meters. That's over 92 soccer fields. So if I can estimate whether it's scientifically or not, how many trees is on there and 2 people are responsible for that. That's what you're telling me. So that was quite interesting. And if I read your, so do you agree?
Yes, it's true.
All right. So when I look at the fine print there, on the same page, it says 5,000 square meters is the average in the industry per person. 5,000. You have 2 people responsible for 490,000 square meters. But this is what's more interesting. On item 5 on the table, there is 0 people responsible for 0.5 hectares. And the reason why it's 0 people is because you are outsourcing this service. You're outsourcing it. You're paying somebody else for 0.5 hectares, which is 5,000 square meters. Now, in my mind, this is what you are doing. You take 2 people, employ them and pay them. You make them responsible for 92 soccer fields. And then for 5,000 square meters, you outsource somebody to deal with that. Do you consider that fair?
If I may, I think maybe if we can provide more detail regarding the services that are rendered and the capacity that is needed so that you can get a clear picture. So as I said, when we've established the gardening services in the past, it was outsourced. When we insource the workers, we also benchmark with all the other universities. We look at how many people are needed, and based on that, we've appointed the workers, and it appears if we have sufficient capacity. So, but I think I'm not directly involved for the gardening service, but if you may allow me, then I can provide you with additional information so that you can get a full picture of the services that we are rendering, and so that you can determine that and also see that we have sufficient capacity for gardening services.
The picture I'm getting, respectfully, ma'am, is that you outsource a smaller portion in comparison to, which is the average is 5,000 square meters. So in other words, based on that average, one person is responsible or should be responsible for 5,000 square meters. One person. You then, instead of having one person responsible for 5,000, you outsource that service. And then for 490,000 square meters, you have two people. I'm trying to show you the imbalance, and I'm trying to understand the reasoning that you're paying another company, you have zero there, and I promise you for what one person is supposed to do, if you outsource that service, it's not going to be one person that gets paid for square meters that's just for one person. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is the point made? Is the point made?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Then we did the site visit, and now I come from a place called, I'm born in Kliptown, born without electricity, without all the things that we have now. And what changed my life was having different exposure to different things. And maybe this would seem small to you, and that's why I do that background. When we walked in there, I asked the question, I asked, that red couch, is it used? The red couch, because it's like, it's a small thing for some people. But for me, the reason why it touched me is because those were the couch, not the type of couch, but the couch in that state reminds me of poverty. If you go see the state that couch is in, so I just want to know, in a professional institution, that couch is not supposed to be used anymore, but why is it still used within your institution? Especially for students to sit on. And I'm sure that most of the students come from backgrounds that I come from, so it's no different. They're at university, but it still looks like our shacks. Are we seeking to create a different environment here in the university, or remind us where we come from?
Student services. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the comment is really noted. I'm sure we'll have to relook at it. We will have to, convene with that particular residences and get a sense of why that is still there. It's unfortunate that we did not look at other residences because the facilities we provide to students is not undermining them. But that side, your comment is understandable, and we'll follow it up.
Thank you so much. And just for noting, when I asked the question, the person responsible was very proud to say, yes, we used that couch. Just so you know, the posture for me was very discouraging in what you're trying to create with students, though it's small. Then the newer building is 4 years old. The newer building, Nicholas said it's 4 years old. There's cracks in the wall. I just want to know whether those are superficial cracks or it is structural cracks.
May, we also have university estates that are responsible for the maintenance, and I will take it up with them so that they can also indicate if it's structural only, what the cracks, the severeness of the cracks. So we will also follow up with them. Thank you.
Thank you. And
The last one, Kailami residents, the grass was very long. I see you have people doing gardening and lawn mowing and so on. When I asked Nicholas, the grass, so long, Nicholas said, oh, it's just because people are writing tests now. Is that the official response?
I think it's a state, but I think I can respond. I don't think that's an official response. Actually, it's an irresponsible response because we're supposed to cut the grass. We're supposed to create an experience for students that would be more fulfilling. And I had a chat with the visitor afterwards. I mean, we also did not enjoy the sight. Grasses are being cut here, and it should be cut. When we're not doing their work, we will then follow it up, Chair.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go a little bit faster now. IF, on your responsibility to advise the council on transformation and the policy around that, especially I want to zoom into the racial equality. When you advise the council, how do you describe which race groups falls under African?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the question. What we normally do, we look at the equity targets of the institution based on the guideline that the neighborhood want. Also, receiving the information from Human Resources Department. Thank you.
Which race groups do you advise is African?
Thank you very much, Chair. When we look at the African race, we look at South Africans, black South Africans. Thank you.
Black South Africans?
Yes.
Does that include coloreds, Indians?
Yes.
So when I read the term African in your policy, I'm supposed to interpret it to include coloreds and Indians.
Can I respond, please? I think there's only a misunderstanding. We are using the categories as prescribed by the Department of Labour. African is only black. Black Africans, South African citizens. Black includes coloured, Indian, and African. African is only black South Africans. So I think it's only a misunderstanding.
Put another way, in terms of policy of this institution, coloreds and Indians are not considered African.
Chair, we use the categories. As I said, African is black South Africans, and then black, then we combine coloured, Indian, and African.
Okay, so in other words, when we say black, it includes black, colored, and Indian.
That's correct.
Now I'm asking, when we say African, do we include colored and Indian?
No, Chair.
So coloreds and Indian are not considered African. I see that there is UFS again. There is for foreign nationals, the staff complement for foreign nationals, which countries are the foreign nationals, which nationality are the foreign nationals, and also the posts that they occupy. Is it scarce skills?
Can I answer the question, please? We do have approximately 147 international or foreign staff members, and the positions that are linked to is the majority is academic or researchers, and if they're in support services, the positions that they hold is for specialized positions. And when we appoint them, they must be in possession of a valid work permit, and that can only be appointed on a contract basis, which is linked to the valid work permit. And part of their employment is that there must also be transition of skills. So if their contract expires, that there was a transition of skills to existing employees. Thank you.
Okay, so in simple terms, there is no South African that can do that job.
Can I answer again, Chair? Yes, normally what we do, and the Department of Labour also requires that they will only issue a work permit, a valid work permit for a foreigner, if we can prove that we couldn't find any suitable South African citizen to fill the position. Thank you.
All right. Because of time, I'm going to skip the which nationalities there are exactly. How many minutes do I have?
4, yeah.
I've got 4 minutes left. Out of the 415,885 applications that was made, how many colored and Indians applied? And the reason why I'm asking for how many applied is because I saw how many was accepted. So I want to understand, I want to do a cross-referencing with how many applied, how many was accepted, and then please also tell me what was the causes for 4% and 1% respectively being accepted out of 415,000 applications. How many were colored and Indian? And out of the total applications, how many of them were colored and Indian?
Through your chair, thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, we didn't do that analysis on this particular presentation, Chair. So we can collect that information and present to the committee members.
Thank you so much. That will help because it will help us understand because what you do report on, the 4% and the 1% gives the impression that, there's only 4% of colored people that applied, and 1% of Indians that applied. But if we are able to see the total number of applications, then you can tell us why you only took 4% of coloreds and why you only took 1% of Indians. That's the rationale.
Okay. Through your chair again, on that particular slide, the one on 1%, 4%, and 9% white, those are currently registered students, not necessarily the student that applied.
That's exactly what I said, sir. The point is exactly the fact that that's not the students that has applied. The students that has applied is 415,000.
Yes.
Correct? So I'm asking for how many out of those total that has applied, how many of them? Can I cross-reference? And I'll be able to say, out of that you took 4% and 1%. Why? What was the causes? Did they not qualify, or was it again chosen based on the racial ratio? And test the fairness thereof. Okay, 1 minute left. Let me ask you this way. There is a total complement. It's not stated in the presentation, but I just did the calculation, and I would ask for a very honest answer. And just so you know our reasoning, our belief is transformation of blacks with white. When I see the numbers of black staff and how it's increased, we celebrate that, black African. But transformation should be a balance of all races to reflect our country. Whites, Indians, and black. Because we view them and everyone as Africans. So I'm going to ask this question, and I want a direct answer. When you see 3,493 total staff, 36 out of 3,493 is Indian, 301 is colored. Do you consider, can I safely say, that coloreds and Indians are still being marginalized? Thank you, Chair.
Can I answer? I think what we can agree on is that transformation is an ongoing process and that we still have to improve a lot. And you're 100% correct if you look at certain race groups and even based on race, even on disabilities, that we still have to make lots of progress. And what Jeanette from the IF also indicated is that when we advertise a position, we will also prioritize and give preference to certain groups, but it is at this stage still a challenge to find suitable candidates for certain positions. But we are working on that, and we can still make lots of progress in that regard. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Please, just on that, just for the record, I would want to disagree, because if you say that you are struggling to find suitable candidates, the impression you are giving is that the reason why those numbers are like that, because you can't find suitable Indian and colored people for these posts. I would like to state for the record that that should not be the case. That's not the impression we should give. Let's take accountability, let's take responsibility and say, this is not enough, we must do more, and we are going to intentionally do more. There is a large pool of colored and Indian professionals that can play a role in our institutions of higher learning.
Noted. Thank you, Chair.
Chair of Council and VC, let's WhatsApp each other. But we did say that the venue is quite small, so if you are conversing, you see, when she was responding, we missed certain things that she said because of what you're saying.
Chair, can I?
Yeah, hold on.
Can I just share what it was? I was checking.
No, hold on. We will give you a chance. What is support staff? When you say somebody support staff member, so what is it that they do?
It depends on the nature of the work. So we do have administrative staff that are mainly responsible for financial administration or human resources or office administration. But then we also have a component where they are specialized, like programmers, auditors, industrial psychologists, librarians. So in support services, we have the generic, but then also specialists.
Okay. So with what Honorable Souls was saying, what you are saying is that the 26 support staff members who are foreign national are specialized. It's all 26 of them are specialized.
That's correct. You will see we have two on the lower levels that are actually performing generic duties and responsibilities. We have two foreign nationals that are appointed in administrative roles.
So, and then to answer his question, those two, you are saying there was no South African to do those two that are generic.
If I can answer that question and maybe I can explain to you, we will advertise the position and we will receive applications, and if we can't, with the applications, and we do a short listing for the position, and we couldn't find a South African citizen, then we will re-advertise again. Then only after the second round, we will proceed with the appointment process. And then before the appointment, we will also engage with the Department of Labour. And the practice is that they will also provide us with CVs of candidates who can be considered. So we went through that process and we couldn't find a candidate for that two vacant positions.
Okay, so, but you said to his answer that all the posts, you're correct, all the posts that are done by, or that have been appointed, you have appointed foreign nationals. And just for the record, we don't have anything against foreign nationals. We just need to put it clear. But you said all those posts are specialized. There was no South African who could do those tasks that are given to these colleagues of ours. Now you are saying these two, there are South Africans who can do it, it's just that they did not have interest in coming to work at the University of Free State.
It's two-folded. Maybe there are suitable candidates, South African citizens who didn't apply, but the people who applied didn't meet the inherent requirements, and those two positions are on a lower level. And out of my mind, I can recall that the one is employed at sign languages. So they require from that person to be able to use sign language. And I think that maybe you can also justify as a specialized skill. And the other one is also at the humanities, which is also an administrative officer, but they require from that person to speak Dutch and Afrikaans. So, and I think that also makes it difficult to find a suitable South African citizen to fill the position.
Yeah.
Sign language, a specialized skill.
That is not South African.
Please, out of respect. We are, the posture of our committee is simple transparency with the attitude of, if something is not correct, then we all work together to fix it. This is our country. When we speak about white people, for example, my position is, and some of my colleagues would disagree, that white people are Africans. Afrikaners are Africans. The reason why I don't speak about that is because I see that the ratio in comparison to coloreds and Indians, you still have more white people, which is not a problem. Having black people, black African people, still not a problem. It is South Africans. But there's no balance when it comes to coloreds and Indians. So look at that posture. That's the type of transformation we're pushing. Now, when we come to the foreign nationals, again, we've got nothing against our foreign national brothers and sisters. But the questioning is around, our law requires that if you're going to deny a South African a position and you give it to a foreign national, legal foreign national, it has to be a scarce skill. When you mention sign language as a scarce skill, you are implying there's no one in South Africa that can do that. Ma'am, is that what you are saying to us?
Jay, I think I tried to explain why it's on a lower level, why we do have two foreign national staff members. So that's the reason why they consider that. So, but you're 100% correct. At the UFS, we only consider foreign national individuals if we can't find any South African citizen to fill that position. And we also work closely with the Department of Labour.
So for the record, are you withdrawing, stating on the record that sign language is a scarce skill?
No, Jay. We also use the criteria that is compiled by the Department of Labour, where they specify specific job disciplines and fields that it is scarce skills. I only tried to explain that that's maybe the reason why the person on a lower level is a foreign national.
Are you saying that sign language is a scarce skill?
No, sir.
Chair of Council, you wanted to clarify something.
Chair, firstly, apologies for the interference. The piece I wanted to clarify was really in the interpretation of the detail. Firstly, on the issue of the scarce skills, I think the presenter could not mention that when you say scarce skills, you're talking about scarce skills that is available. Right? So if I have in the country 1,000 engineers and I'm looking for an engineer, they're all taken. They are not available to me at the time, and that's in practice, that's how it's applied. Until there's the 1,001 engineers, that means the one engineer will likely come from foreign. Until there's another engineer that will be available, then they become available to me. Either they graduated or they've resigned from other duties. So I think what I was expecting to be explained properly is practical implementation of this issue of scarce skills. It must be available, and the skill must be willing to relocate from wherever they are to Bloemfontein. Those are the practical elements that we deal with here. And we deal with this all the time with professional search of skills. Location is a big issue, and we struggle with locating individuals to Bloemfontein, to an extent that you can ask some of our professors, some of them live in Johannesburg, others live in Pretoria, and they travel, which has added cost to it. So I'm not differing with the definition of scarce skills. I'm adding the implementation part of it, which should be taken into consideration. So I'm requesting that that be taken into consideration, not just the definition of scarce skills.
Yeah, you are creating a problem for yourselves. So you are saying to us, with what you've just said, 141 academic staff who are lecturers, senior lecturers, and all of that. If we were to say to you, give us the application box of those who had applied, maybe the last 3 adverts you had of lecturers, you are saying we're not going to find South Africans who applied there. Because if they apply, it means they know that their lecturing will happen in the Free State, in the University of Free State, which is either in Kwakwa, Bloemfontein, or South. So when they apply, it means they're willing to relocate. So are you saying to me, if we were to ask you, give us these boxes of these applications, we're not going to get South Africans who were not hired, and our brothers and sisters in the diaspora were considered. That's what you're saying to us.
Correct. I'm making that assumption. That is the practical way to make that assumption.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You see, that's what I was saying. You're making things difficult for yourselves. Because you're going to assume. Because we can run a poll now and ask people, those who have applied, before we leave this meeting, we can say, those who have applied for lecturing posts at University of Free State, please let us know, and you're South African, and you're not considered. Before we leave this meeting, I can tell you, we'll have people who will say, no, we did apply, we were not considered. This is the qualifications we have. And this is what the advert was looking for. So the assumption that you're making makes it difficult for yourselves because it's not scientific. And if you disagree, we can do that. Before we leave this meeting, I can guarantee you, we will get somebody who will say, you did not consider.
Chair, I must say it right here, that if that is the case, then I have more work in my hands to do to drive transformation. That would be the commitment I give you. And the same applies to BC. That's the commitment we give you.
Thank you. I think that is the point where Honorable Souls was coming from. That we might be having a bigger problem of transformation than we want to accept. And that is where his line of questioning all along comes from. Honorable Khacham.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I would like to ask let's ask the VC. VC, why is your graduation rate below 40%?
So I think if we go to the slide, that is actually a very complicated slide. And what colleagues have tried to explain is, so it's your total graduates and the percentage that graduate. So if you actually spread it over the years, the graduation rate is actually quite high. But the way that it's presented, it actually gives a distortion. And I would want to ask our DVC and Daya, if you can also come in terms of actually the percentage of our graduates, because that slide does not reflect correctly in terms of our graduation rate.
Okay. Can I request that you do that in writing to save time? To
Perfect.
simplify it
We
and
will
make
do
it make
that.
sense, because you're right, when I read it,
Yes.
it looks not cute at all.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. So, DVC academics, Have you ever issued an Afrikaans student a test paper ka Sesotho?
Test paper in?
Sesotho? Or any other non-Afrikaans language, non-English language?
Not that I'm aware of.
So why are you offering black kids question papers in Afrikaans when they didn't say they want to be taught in Afrikaans?
So I don't have that background. I actually followed up with the deans, and so we will get more information on what's
So
happening.
you
in
didn't
that
know
space.
about it at all?
No, I didn't.
SRC, management says they do not know about this thing of Afrikaans and the teachings and the testings. Do you have record proof of it being raised and you not being taken seriously?
It's with most of our question papers. They are in English and Afrikaans.
DVC, please switch off there.
Yes, but in your presentation, SRC, acting SRC president, you said that there's a problem of comprehension of material and processing of tests because you have Afrikaans as a medium of instruction that you didn't subscribe to, unless I'm the only one who didn't hear you.
We have some of the lectures that students have complained about, that they have lectures in Afrikaans, whereby the lectures don't want to compromise into having lectures being taught in English. But with the question papers, we have English and Afrikaans. So what I mentioned on my presentation was, if we have English and Afrikaans as a substitute, then why can't we have all the other official languages there present?
Can you, in the name of the revolution, give an accurate list of the lecturers that are teaching students in languages that didn't subscribe for?
I will then have to work on it.
Okay. Today is the 24th of March, it's Monday. I am going to trust your leadership by the end of this week. Surely it's not difficult to know which these people are, to be able to deliver to management, and I'm going to request that that be filtered through to the committee, because it cannot be right. This is not the first time I'm hearing it myself as a Free Stater, but the fact that we're sitting in a meeting of this nature and it's being brought up again is anti-democratic, and it's something that we cannot have altogether. Therefore, VC and Chair of Council, if indeed you do find these names and there is proof that these people are being anti-free in how they administer education, then you must deal with those people. Then this institution does not deserve such human beings.
And if I may add, Honourable Member, that is not in line with the language policy of the university, and therefore that would ask for different processes. So I'll appreciate that list if that's being shared with us, and we will definitely take that forward.
And to be clear, different processes mean disciplinary and eviction of the system. Thank you very much. The second one is I love that your dropout rates have increased. That's a compliment. Although challenges haven't really changed. But I want to know, I see the list of reasons you've had here. CFO, how many students have been defunded? How many NSFAS students have been NSFunded? What's the term? Defunded, yes. How many NSFAS students from this institution over the years have been defunded? Do you have the tally there?
Chair, I don't have the tally over all the years. I can get that for you. For this year, we actually checked is 303 students. And then the other day I checked the statistics of the year. We had the biggest list of defunded students, and that was in 2020, when it increased up to 7,000. I can actually give it to you, just 1 second.
Okay. I'm going to pause my time, Chair.
7,638 students in 2020, so I can get you a complete list over all of the years.
Okay. And of the 7,000 plus students, how many of them have been reabsorbed into the system, or is that the net calculation of people who did not come back?
Chair, unfortunately, we don't have those statistics available because there's a number of reasons if a student is defunded that prevent them from coming back, but we did not have information to exactly follow up with students. What's the reason for them not re-entering the system?
Yeah. Thank you. SRC President, is it true that by the end of Friday, management has told students whose financial situation is still awaiting appeal, or there's no clarity from NSFAS that those people must get out of risk? Is that true, or is it a lie?
We had some that were evicted out of on-campus residences.
Already? Is it true that there's a deadline on Friday or end of March?
I will ask my colleagues to convene in this one.
I don't know who has more knowledge than
There is.
Yeah.
Greetings, Chair. In terms of now the deadline, that is something that, because on campus level I'm responsible for residences, but usually the eviction happens off campus, not on campus. So when the students get defunded, the eviction happens off campus, because on campus you can still continue staying without actually being funded. So that is something that I don't think we can confirm it's valid.
Okay, so you can confirm that nothing that involves the management of the University of the Free State, nothing involves eviction here on campus. This is a private accommodation people problem.
Yes, we've never had an eviction on campus. Evictions happens off campus, not on campus.
Do you, as the SRC office, have a list of students who still have their funding statuses yet to be confirmed by NSFAS, who are under threat of eviction and who have been evicted?
In terms of like off campus?
Yes.
Yes, we do. We actually had many times sent lists to those students, because we are now requesting for housing in residence. So try to take those students back on campus because they were evicted, but we do have a list.
And the situation with NSFAS was not resolved. It's still the same.
Yes, because it's mostly that one of TVET, those who applied for during the TVET cycle. So the issue is still there and keeps on getting worse every day.
Okay. Do you have a document, a PDF document that you are able to deal with NSFAS directly and deal with and resolve?
Last time, yes, we do have that, because last time we had an online meeting with NSFAS. We did raise the issue, but the issue was not solved to this day.
When was this online meeting?
It was last week. I'm just not sure of the exact date, but maybe my colleagues can, but it was last week. I'm just not sure of the exact date, the online meeting that we had with NSFAS.
All right. NSFAS, when are you going to resolve the students' PDF? Their database, so they're saying they've met with you last week. They have registered that there are issues of appeals and funding statuses that are yet to be solved, and there's no resolution now. So on record, when can students confidently go back to their constituencies and say this will be resolved?
Through you, Chair. Thanks. Yes, we had a meeting, I think it was on Tuesday last week, if I'm not mistaken, so it's part of what I was saying when I said earlier, when I said we have also logged a change request to address some of these challenges. So we were only supposed to follow up with our ICT as to how far are they to address the issue. And then again, regarding the issue of the appeals, we were then tasked to go and look at the UFS appeals. And I know the response or the summary was provided, I think it was on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, to the university. So those were the two things that that were outstanding, but we are working with the university to address some of these challenges.
I'm asking this chairperson respectfully through you. Kitty 24, the end of March is Friday for students, because D31 is what, on a Monday? So pretty much you have the weekend, and if you are lucky, then the Monday after the weekend, if you're a private accommodation student, to pack your bags and go back home. And it does not make sense for that to be a reality of a student who needs a yes or a no from you, with an appeal that should have not even been a conversation today. So when I'm asking when you're going to do this, I mean honestly, when?
If I may respond, Chair, through you. Honorable, I said there were 51 students that appeal is approved already, requires now a team leader to finalize. I've sent this list already to the team leaders to process this 51 that we are talking about today. And then the submitted, it's only 58. These ones are the ones that we recently received, because I checked the date of when this appeal was created. It's just now towards the end of February and some in the middle of March. So I've also sent this to say, please prioritize these appeals. And then we've got 238, Chair. The 238, these are appeals showing submitted. We have been communicating with students because the student initially submitted an incorrect information. We communicated with the student because we are not allowed to, if we get the information now, close the appeal without making an attempt to alert the student that the information that you have submitted is incorrect. Hence, you are saying we give them 30 days to submit the correct information. So the 238 now are students that have submitted, resubmitted the information. So we will check these ones again, hoping that we will get the correct information, then we finalize them.
Chair, can I make a request? I want to dare you, because I know for a fact that students have always had issues with portals, with not being able to respond in time, or information verification being valid on one side and not valid on the other side. Are you willing to camp for the rest of this week at this institution to resolve these issues? That is decentralization, by the way.
Chair,
are you available and willing to do so?
Chair, I can avail a person that deals with these things.
So you are telling the SRC can release an SRC statement today, tell students that for the whole week starting tomorrow, there will be a one-body NSFAS person available to resolve their issues. Is that what you're saying?
We can comment.
We can. SRC, release your communication. NSFAS is going to be here for the whole week to deal with student issues. Thank you, Chair. Moving on to the next. As far as, and if they do not arrive, let us know. So the next one that I want to know is, as far as the staff component of the institution is concerned, VC, you are welcome to delegate this, but I think it's more DVC academic. Am I reading your stats correct? This is on slide 44 of 55 of your presentation. Am I correct in saying that there is 0 black, 0 colored, 0 Indian female professor in this institution? Because there's male, there's female, and then there's foreign non-designated. So your statistics in front of me, the table suggests that of all the female-bodied beings in this institution who hold the title professor, the whole composition of them who are white and Indian, colored, and Africans don't exist. Is that true?
I've got the statistics here. Are you only referring to professor?
I want you to check and pause for this process.
Okay, so
can we go through the slide?
Yeah.
Like go to the slide that I'm referring to, because that will help make sense of the table. I'm happy to pause and wait for the slides.
It's this one.
The heading of the slide is 2024 Employment Equity Profile Academic. It's slide 44 of 55. So the slide says here, you have, when the female designated African colored Indians, 0000, only white 19. And that associate professors, there's only 4 black, there's only 2 colored and 0 Indian. You see, there's a lot going on here. Well, am I reading those stats correct?
Chair, if I can answer, this is only our academics profile, but we do have professors that are colored and that they are appointed in managerial positions or support services. So this is only for our academic profile, but we do have black.
I hear you, but I mean, for the ones who are standing in front of students saying 1 + 1 is equals to, it is 2, teacher, those ones.
Yes, unfortunately.
They don't exist.
Unfortunately, we only have associate professors.
Yeah, but associate professors, you only have 4 black, you have 2 colored, 0 Indian, and 40 white.
That's correct, yes.
Vice Chancellor, do you have a clue why that is the case?
Chair. Chair. Chair, through you to respond to that question. It's incorrect. We do have, you see, there's a labeling and grammar here. You can be a full professor. We have a full professor, black woman, who is the deputy dean of the Faculty of Humanities. She's supervising students, but the way it gets put into the system for the reporting, they're considered support staff. That's what you're picking up here.
Okay, so to be fair, when you say academic, when you say this, you mean people that are sitting in front of people teaching people. That's what you mean. Still doesn't make a difference.
It still doesn't make a difference.
It's even worse than a problem, because it means that you are saying to an institution that its population is majority black, that there is no, yes, there's no, for female-bodied beings even no hal. At least with men, there's at least one anyana there and one anyana there. But are you able to explain why that's the case? Like on a serious note, why is it? Your VC says she doesn't have a clue. Maybe you do.
Yes, I'm particularly struck by it. And that is a problem. And why? That explains the intervention around the development of the professoriate within this institution, which, as I pointed out in one of the slides, is a division that's reporting to me that is actually working day and night around getting this right. So while you might have, and I speak as an insider of the university, you might have a representation at these levels and that levels and student body, but the professoriate is not transformed and representative. So that is a serious project that requires deep intervention. So what you're picking up there is correct.
Okay, what is your analysis of the root of the problem?
If I may, Vice Chair, through you, if I could just offer one view. I think we have excellent staff, if I could use a labor terminology, those demographics, if you like, that are not represented, that are in high demand. That is one of my reasons. You can ask Dr. Henriette as well. You heard about the resignations because there's poaching in the sector. This is a very small sector. There's also unhappiness sometimes, that the experience of staff members, that they move to an institution. So we must acknowledge that those are the stories behind the numbers. So I'm giving you two reasons, Honourable Member.
I hear you, Chairperson. I think this needs a more deeper conversation than what time affords us right now. It does need us to have an honest conversation about transformation in this institution, and those conversations, I don't know how many seminars and webinars you've had about transformation at this institution, but yet the statistics look the way that they do. It's horrific, to be honest, and looking at the statistics here, I don't see how you can publish this and then still say this institution follows democratic principles of this country. It is alarming. Just one last one. SRC. Did I hear you correctly? Are you asking management to provide support to pregnant students who are funded by NSFAS and their parents here on campus?
No.
What are you saying?
You did not capture me correctly. What I was trying to emphasize was that the NSFAS, when they pay for accommodation for these students, they pay for the entire year. But what if I get to leave and now I have to terminate my contract? What's going to happen to the remaining balance? Because now I'm going to be left financially stranded and also having no other place to go to.
What do you mean you're going to be left financially stranded? So if you're supposed to be there for 10 months and when I come March you fall pregnant and then you leave because you have to go home and give birth and take care of your child, that accommodation is paid. It meaning that the money of you not being there must be given back to the institution for NSFAS to prioritize to other children. So how does that disadvantage you as a pregnant person in this case?
Through you, Chair, the issue that we have with the pregnancy policy, specifically, I think the conversation of my colleague was pregnancy policy in the residences. What it is currently is that if you are currently staying on campus residence and then you fall pregnant, within 6 months of your pregnancy, you need to move out of the residence and then go off campus. That is what we have a problem with. On campus, we all know that emergency services are not okay, and then taking a pregnant student now saying that you can no longer reside on campus because you're about to give birth. That is what we have a problem with, to say. That's what the policy says, in residence spaces. So that is what we have a problem with, to say you cannot take a pregnant student and then you say she must go reside off campus because the university doesn't have, or the residence doesn't have necessary support for the students. So when you take the students off is basically the conversation regarding the pregnancy policy, specifically in resident spaces.
That is worse. Let me tell you why. I'm a young person myself, and I was born after democracy, by the way. I have a Duke, only 3 kids, but I'm a child. You are asking management of the institution, who are technically your mothers and fathers, to make life comfortable for you to come to school, make a baby, and be happy to raise that baby here. That's wrong. You could never ask your mom and your dad to make life conducive for you. When they send you to university, they send you here to come study. You could never ask them to say, Mama, when you send me clothes or when you send me 50 randa, please send baby milk as well. You'd never say that to your parent. Why do you ask that of management? Also, I'm not done. I'm asking because when management says, I don't have the capacity to nurse a pregnant person, they are right. They're not a hospital. They're not your home even. Your job is to come study, get out, go find a job, and then start making a baby that you can afford. It is honestly, I worry about young people's moral compass sometimes. And this opportunity here, this moment here is an opportunity for us as leaders, as young people, to reflect about the limitations of our rights. You are not entitled to management taking care of a baby that they didn't help you make. I wonder if the Vice Chancellor is the mother of the baby. Yes, by all means, you must take her to task. But she's not. And you can't request that out of management. And I know it's hard that, sex is life and it's stress relieving and all of these things, because as young people, we're adults and we want to have as much sex as possible because it's good for your health. But you're a student coming to school. You're over 18 years, but technically umwana. And these are your parents here at school who are substituting for the people you left at home. And it is disrespectful to accept these people to condone such behavior. I don't want a response. That's my comment. I'm done, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Department, we did not get an apology from Dr. Sotikwa, who is the DDG responsible for. No, we did not have it. I checked. We don't have it. I think what the students are raising is that, and I want you to come in with how do you guys help with higher health on the problems that they're raising? They've raised the issue of a clinic. They raised the issue of pregnancy. What is it that the department is doing to assist the students to have a better life for them on campus? Arama. Or did you Zungu's answering? Are you okay? Okay.
University branch.
Yeah.
But I've spoken to my colleague DDG Sotiwa, who said Miss Sotin.
We are recording our meeting, so we want to hold you accountable for what you said.
Yeah. No, Chair, I think there's quite a number of initiatives that the department is driving through higher health. Of course, with the limited resources, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, this morning we had a meeting where we were discussing the issue of the clinics within the TVET sector, because at least universities could make some provision, but not in the TVET sector per se, including the issues of mental health and support, which we are trying to roll out to institutions. So there's quite a number of those initiatives. I think the only limitation that we have is the resources to make sure that we cover the length and breadth of the higher education system. But there is quite a number of those initiatives. But I think some of the issues that the students are raising, indeed, they require more engagement for us to really find out how far can we go to support them, because we cannot prescribe as a department what kind of support that we need without hearing the voice of the students. I'll just pause there, Chair.
Yeah, members, just remind us, we must have a conversation with the department about the support that we're taking or are giving to students on campus. I stayed on campus, PDG, and I know how stressful that can be. Any support that goes to the students, I can guarantee it goes in a long way. You know, sometimes NSFAS is not giving you an allowance. You don't have any other person at home working. It gets to your head. If you are a young female, and that's why I can't judge them, because some of them, they really don't have anybody to give them anything. And it's impossible to study when you are not eating, because you can't concentrate when you are hungry. Now, some of the students end up doing wrong things, not because they want to, but because of the situation we put them in. And they end up having older guys who can provide for them, for survival. So creating a serious social ill for them when we don't pay or when we don't distribute allowances on time as NSFAS. And these older people, many of them don't like using protection. Now these kids, they must now decide whether they are going to agree with this guy or they are going to be hungry. And if it happens that they fall pregnant, I don't think we must judge them to say, you have done 1, 2, 3, 4. Because we have created that situation for them. So that is why I say we must have a discussion with the department, NSFAS, higher health, because higher health is created mainly to support students at institutions of higher learning. And if they are saying they are not trained enough, they don't understand first aid. In fact, we were joking when we were in the older res that we went to, when Honorable Msezana opened the first aid kit, and there was nothing in it. And I said, it's not first aid, this one is second aid, because there was nothing in it. So we have put these students without any training. Maybe an RA there who's responsible for that res does not even have that first aid training. And they are saying, when you have a 24-hour clinic, VC, it makes it easier for us if one of us, I'm sure you don't know the kind of sicknesses your students have. Some of them, they hide them. You never know. Maybe some of them are epileptic. And it happens the seizure comes at night. Their friends don't know what to do. By the time you call in an ambulance, it may be too late. So they are saying, maybe the money that we're using to pay ER24 is too much. We can invest in having nurses, professional nurses on campus 24. Proposal that they're bringing to you. But also a clinic will not only help with that, it will probably also help them, maybe you are the social worker, they will, those ones who are, maybe some, these ones who like things. These ones, man, they're all over social media. Huh? Yeah, the influencers. These ones want to be influencers, students who are busy on Instagram and all of that. But if you have a social worker, they are able to pick them up early to say, "Ish, this one we're likely going to lose her. Let's, bring her back into line. Let's remind them why they're here." So maybe think about it. I think they're making, they're not, I like them because they are progressive. They're giving you solutions to what they think affect them. Honorable Khakha. Yes, yeah.
So thank you, Honorable Chair. We have with us Dr. Monita Dunn, who's in charge of our health clinic. And we've just recently gone through a process of revamping and really upgrading the clinic. I think what I've learned from this session today is that first we need to promote our services. It is available on campus. We need to see what is the hours available. And the other part that I've picked up is that I know we've got 2 ambulances here on campus, ours, that it seems that our students need to be aware of. So it's really the promotion of our facilities, but taking the health of our students as a critical part is important for us. If you want to, Dr. Monita is available and she may want to add. Monita?
No, it's okay, Doctor. Yeah, we believe her. Honorable Maseko.
Chair, thank you very much, and also all the presenters, thank you for all that you have shared with us. And I think maybe if I have to lash on the issue of the students, I'm going to give you an opportunity because you raised your hand so much and no one was recognizing you. So I'm giving you my time to talk to us. So what is it that you wanted to share?
Thank you so much. I was touching specifically on the pregnant students one. So our plea was that because the student will be funded by NSFAS throughout the year, however, they're being evicted from the university accommodation, regardless of the fact that NSFAS has paid for the entire year. Can then the university say a portion of your money for the remaining year be given to the out-of-campus accommodation landlord? That was the plea. Because when students move from different landlords off campus, then they terminate the contract and they need to inform HRA that I've moved to this landlord for that money to be allocated to the other landlord. Thank you.
Thank you very much. NSFAS, what do you say about that?
Thanks, through you, Chair. Hearing this, I was going to then speak to the university on the side to understand what do they do if a student is now moved to from a university-owned to a private accommodation? Who then becomes responsible for the private accommodation outside? And I'm a bit confused is what they are reporting to say. It sounds like they don't move with the payments or whatever money that needs to be paid. So I would want to also ask the university, what happens to the payments? Does it become part of what you return back to NSFAS, or how do you then handle that? So I would really like for the university to assist us there. Thanks, Chair.
Who is responsible in the university for that? Ma'am, over to you.
Chair, so I'm also a bit confused about the process described, because the normal process is when you move either from one service provider to another or the university to a service provider. According to my knowledge, you're allowed one move, and then we continue to paying the second person where you move to. If a student give up their studies and doesn't stay in the race any further, then that money is returned to NSFAS at the end of the year when we do a close-out project via the credits to say, listen, this is the money that's due back to NSFAS. But what I'm more than willing to do is follow up with the SRC as to specific examples and investigate the cases they are indicating.
just a question, is there any funds that are due to NSFAS that the university have in their coffers?
Can I answer? So, Chair, there's basically two processes. The one is the close-out process that you know that cover the period 2017 to 2022. And that process is, a portion of it is...
I'm sorry, ma'am, I've got 20 minutes. Do you have the money of NSFAS in your coffers as a CFO?
So currently the 2023 and 2024 close-out process is underway. And depending on the outcomes of that, that depends if NSFAS is owing the university or the university is actually owing NSFAS at this stage.
NSFAS, does the university owe you money?
Thanks. Yes, I would want to think that because I don't remember UFS returning. I would understand the 2024, but the 2023 returns, I don't remember seeing it unless if it was paid and I didn't see it. But there's a very high chance that they do owe us money. Thanks.
Okay, I think maybe before I move from the issue of the NSFAS, the student, communicate also with your students that if a person knows that I'm pregnant, they must start looking for accommodation in advance before the university say to them, move out, so that they can submit that accommodation, the private accommodation to the university to say that I've got the alternate accommodation, I'm pregnant, I'm going to move out. Then there's going to be the continuation of the process for the funding, and then that student can continue studying. But I'm not saying that I'm promoting that you have to double dip with being pregnant and studying. And being pregnant is a hard job, and that it's what it is. Okay, so are we done, students? You are happy about that one? You will handle it. I just want to, I was impressed with the traditional medicine. You're doing a great job as the university, and big up for that. It's quite very interesting, although Chairperson, you are not branding the university enough about what is happening here. I mean, for us to know about this now, you're shortchanging yourself as a university in the innovation that is here. But I want to ask about, because you've got the health, you are training the health here, and the priority in health in South Africa has been the primary health care. And I've seen a lot of times that the nursing, they're being trained, but primary health care hasn't been prioritized as per the Department of Health saying that primary health care has to be prioritized to be the mini doctors for them to sort of relieve the pressure of the patients going to the hospitals. Are you doing this, innovative way or being progressive? Are you doing training the primary health care practitioners in this institution?
But as far as I know, so let us just most probably go back, and I'll be very quick, but there has been a issue with the South African Nursing Council in getting all the programs accredited for all the universities. They pick up on the backlog of that, and they have given us the approval to move forward with primary health care, as far as I know, occupational health, and there were a third one. So we're in the process of picking up. The downside, however, I need to just share is that we are given numbers that we can enroll. So it's not although we would like to enroll more, it depends on what is the clinical platform available. So we are guided by what the South African Nursing Council allows us. But Prof. Rhoda?
Yeah, I think just to add, our undergraduate programs across the country, they have a focus on primary health care. So whether we nursing or medicine, primary health care, because we live in a country that offers primary health care as its base. And then to add to what the Vice Chancellor said, in terms of nursing, the professional programs, one of it is primary care nursing, and we do offer it at the University of the Free State.
I think I do understand the primary care and also the undergraduate. I'm asking this because of the universities, they've got the responsibility of reacting to the demand of what is needed out there, and of which, don't get me wrong, I don't agree with the NHI. But the NHI, one of the demands is going to be the primary health care practitioners. But as we speak now, I've been asking, we don't have enough primary healthcare practitioners to be the one that take responsibilities to react to that. And now I'm trying to get this juncture between what the government is saying, the politicians are saying, versus what the universities can give to make sure that we get that balance. And we are not that you go to your vets, you go everywhere, the primary healthcare practitioners, there's no any institution that's saying, I'm prioritizing that to react to the demand of the NHI, which is very interesting of what are we doing for as the lawmakers versus the institutions to react to that demand. Please look at that to see how can you also include that, because besides the NHI, it's a demand in the rural areas where the doctors, they don't like going to the rural areas. The dependency will be on the primary healthcare practitioners. Yes, ma'am.
Comment on that. I think all of us need to engage in this, specifically as mentioned when we engage with the professional bodies, you know, to say we need so many nurses, so how can we be limited in the number that we can train? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then now we are at the ages of the AI, the technology. Post my time. I just want to deal with the, no, not anymore. Don't disturb me.
Proceed.
Okay, we are dealing with the issue of the AI. And I want to find out to what an extent are you sort of making sure that your health, also, I'm going to focus on health, I'm in love with health. Your health is also at that advance that you are being innovative for the future of the students that you are training now, that they are employable out there, because innovation is coming at a quicker pace. Even though we are on the fourth industrial revolution, we are supposed to be, and we are not. I mean, South Africa, we are lagging behind, and we have gone to the TVS universities. One thing, the ICT is lagging behind. An example, if your IT was working correctly, so on the data that you do have, you won't be talking about the issue of the NSFAS, these problems, and the beautiful slides that you did put here about the percentage of the dropouts, the retainer. Because if we can go to the numbers, if there was about 1,000 students that were in a course, and then you've got the dropouts of 950 and you retain 50, you're going to say you've got about 95% that pass rate if there is. You are not talking about the figures of the ones that dropped out, because the retainer was minimum was a 5% to that. So your passing will give the 100% if they all pass. So I usually don't look at the percentage because they are not giving the true story of, so I don't want to even go there, because I'm going to ask that we get the numbers of you. If you say you retain how many students, looking at the challenges that the students have highlighted, looking at what the labor is saying is a challenge with the lecturers within the institution. So that is maybe one thing, Vice Chancellor, that you'll have to do. Those percentages, if you can translate them in 1, 2, 3, 4, we will see how are you doing. So I'm asking about the IT. Looking at your library, that should be, if you have a new library at this era, you should be having the IT that is, are you looking at that? Are you budgeting? Is it in the plan, or what is it that the university is doing to be at the part to compete with the world out there?
So I will ask my colleagues to speak to the specifics, but I will use one example. Just recently with the upgrade of the Neville Alexander Library, One part of that upgrade was to ensure that we've got a brand new makerspace where students can exactly use some of the technologies. And this is embedded in our other libraries as well. So over and above that, there's two aspects to it, and colleagues can speak to those. But in terms of integrating the AI and IT into our curricula on the one side, but then our Chief Information Officer as well, where we've developed the digital strategy and actually now looking at how we need to upgrade our systems as a whole so that we can get to a point where there's integrated data and that we can actually instead use the data for predictions. And I think that's what you are referring to. So those are areas of work that we have started and that will need to gain momentum. And of course, as we understand what would be the cost implications, that's exactly going to be one of our strategic focus areas, and we will engage with Council in terms of funding some of those initiatives. It's evident that we need to escalate in that area. So I want to pause and ask my colleague, most probably from, Prof. Reddy from the library, and then Farana, if you want to add anything from IT. Thanks.
Thank you, VC, and thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, we're ahead of the game, but I shouldn't be speaking. I've got the university librarian here, that's Jeanette Molopiyane, who is engaged daily with all of this across our campuses, and I think leading the way in many, many ways. In fact, a good portion of our budget, as CFO can confirm, goes directly to the library because the library is integrally involved at undergraduate, postgraduate research. But maybe Jeanette could say something, and I think it would be best to hear it from her.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to mention that the university is really investing in academic support. The university has offered us 75 million for subscription to e-resources. They have given us 13 million for books. And the university is in the process of revamping our spaces. We are looking into technologies. We are going digital. We have included it in our strategic plan to say we want to be a digital hub. We have recently developed an e-strategy to say our collection should be 90% e and 10% print, based on the fact that what the current trends that we are seeing is that students want to work in collaborative spaces. And when we look at the usage statistics of our information resources, we saw that because now we are changing system, we are migrating to an old system and then into a new system. With regard to the statistics of the searches that were conducted in 2023, from our e-resources, we had plus minus 23 million searches. And then with regard to requests for books in the library, we had 13,000 requests for. So you can see the disparities to say our students are more interested in collaborative spaces. So like the Vice Chancellor has indicated, we have maker spaces in our respective library, except the medical library and the music library. We are in the process of revamping our music library. And at the current moment when I'm talking like this, the Kwakwa campus furniture is being procured, the spaces are being revamped.
Thank you very much. And I just want a summary. I've got time limitation. The furniture, no. I'm happy with your response. Now, lashing on what you are saying, I mean, the Labour talked about the lack of training and growth opportunities. How do you say what you are saying versus what they are saying to the interaction? Because they have to be ready in whatever innovation you are coming up with. Why there is no alignment in what you are saying versus what Labour is saying? Are they not part of that planning as you do that?
The fortunate part is that when we recruit, they are part of our recruitment processes. So what we have realized is that when we implemented our strategic plan, based on best practices and conducting desktop research on what are the latest trends, we discovered that most of the candidates, like Susan was saying, that we're trying to recruit from outside, what they were mentioning in terms of what we were expecting, we were 3 years ahead of what they were trying to bring onto the table. So it's said to us, select people from the inside because now they know they can roll with what is currently happening.
Ma'am, I think you didn't hear me.
Yes.
So there's innovation.
Yes.
You put the 23 millions, or there's so many millions about the innovation that you bringing, the IT, the AI, and then the labor comes and say that, you know what, there is no training and the growth opportunities for us. And I think they're the one that have to implement all the plans that you do have. So can I get the answer why that is? It's not about hiring. It's about the human capital that you already have, investing in them to make sure that what you are saying has to be implemented, that can happen.
Okay.
So can I guess, VC?
If I may, can I ask our Chief Director for Human Resources to speak to our...
Yeah, next time, press the mic, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I can also maybe elaborate on that, is that at the university we do have a competency framework. And that competency framework is linked to what competencies will be needed in 2030, 2032, and that also include digitalization. So we do have training specifically to upskill our staff members specifically on digitalization, but we also have other training programs, and we also have to report on skills development. So we have a dedicated team that assists with that. We also have online learning training programs for our staff members, and we link that to your job profile. We will identify the gaps between where you are and where we would like you to move, and then we will provide you with the necessary training to upskill you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. As a labor, some of them were not aware about it. Remember, the reason why we have raised this is because we normally talked about a succession plan in the different departments where we request management to upskill some of our members in terms of occupying the positions. That is not what they are adhering to. They are doing it, but it's not like they are doing it, in a sense that to each and every post that will be there, they will check first in the department as to whom can be occupied the position or can be appointed to occupy the position. That is what is happening, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. Chairperson, let me start with the issues of students. The university is charging 120 rand for every application fee. Sorry about that. Sorry about that one. I wanted to say something, then I got it wrong. Let me start with the accommodation. Can I get clarity in terms of the criteria that NSFAS would classification of student accommodation, in particular in terms of the amounts that we have stipulated? Can we get clarity, especially on and around the Kokwa accommodation?
Thanks, Honorable Member. Thanks, Chair. Maybe let me start by saying UFS is not in the NSFAS accommodation. Sorry. Yes, pilot. Sorry, I was just busy doing something this side. They are not part of the pilot. So the only thing that we decided to introduce this year, and this was done to try and monitor and control the NSFAS budget, was to introduce the cap for the unaccredited accommodation, which is the 25,000 rand per year. So if we take that divided by 10 months, it makes it 2,500 a month. That's the only control measure that we've put in place. In the past, we'd never had that control. So it was open hands. The previous years, the leadership here is saying they were able to be given 3,500 a month, but this year we introduced that cap. Thanks, Chair.
Chairperson, I would plead that NSFAS must be able to listen to our questions properly. In relation to Kwakwa, how did you come to a conclusion that you are moving from 35,000 to 25,000? Leave the process that you are referring to. Let's focus on Kwakwa.
Chair, we didn't look at Kwakwa per se. We introduced the cap across all the sectors, meaning the 76 institutions, where accommodations are not accredited or they are unaccredited accommodation. The cap that NSFAS can pay is the maximum of 2,500 rand a month. We really didn't look at Kwakwa separate. Thanks.
Okay, no, fine. Thank you very much. I think that's where the issue of decentralization comes in, because your analysis is then based on a helicopter. You are not really down and making that assessment, but let's leave it. Let's go to the private accommodation. The students are complaining that they are not part of the accreditation and monitoring and evaluation. Can we get clarity as to why are they not part? But second to that, the process of identifying private student accommodation, which process are you following as a university?
Student Services. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we are one university with 3 sites, and the context on the 3 university sites is not the same. So the question might be general. The Kwakwa campus has verified accommodation, and in that space, students are involved in that verification. You come to then Bloemfontein, you have an accreditation process, which is also governed by an accreditation policy. In the accreditation of student accommodation off campus, you're quite correct. You don't have students involved. It's because of the experience that we came across. Frankly speaking, there are issues around fraud, colluding with landlords between students. We actually having cases that we can present, but I mean, for reasons of OPI, we can't disclose that, but there are cases where students are colluding with landlords. In our view, accreditation of private accommodation is like a business transaction. We are not involving students in tender processes for the same reason, because of the conflict of interest. In this space, you have former students owning properties, running student accommodation. You involve students. You're bringing chaos in that business enterprise. So we are very clear around not including students in accrediting private accommodation because of the conflict and because of these issues that are emerging, where you
Sorry, sir. Which process are you following?
The process we are following, we advertise. We advertise in August on our website to say all landlords that have an interest in accrediting with the University of Free State should apply.
we have a committee that adjudicate. The adjudication is on the basis of the policy. There are requirements for the accreditation. Obviously, our accrediting policy is based also on the norms and standards. So if you don't meet the norms and standards that are stipulated in our accrediting policy, you then can't be accredited fully. But we also have a provisional accreditation. Provisional accreditation is when you are not are given an opportunity to then fully accredit by, for argument's sake, if you have, for argument's sake, one aspect of the criteria not met, you are given a chance to fulfill that. An example will be if you are not rezoned, you'll be given a chance to rezone. If there are no plans that are approved, you are given a chance to deal with that. Once those two things that were missing are then attended to, then the status migrates from provisional to fully accredited. So that's the process.
No, thank you very much. I was about to say to you that I think you are deliberately now showing on my time in terms of your response. There is proof that there is collusion also amongst staff members and student accommodation private providers. There is that proof. The explanation that students are involved and as a result they are putting hands where they are not supposed to, it's also done on your side, and there is that proof. I would like to plead with you that on your recent appointment process, can you give us a detailed report in terms of the process that we have followed, including those committees that have sat and dealt with the adjudication, including a list of those service providers with a clear indication of their races. I want to prove something to you. Let me go to the other issue while we are still there in terms of student accommodation. Chairperson, earlier on in the report, it was presented that there is a court interdict against students. What is the court interdict about? Why are we having that court interdict? Is it a way of stifling student activism? There was a report that when students are protesting, you are now militarizing your response. Can you get clarity in terms of that court interdict? And there was a report also that 17 SRC members were suspended. Can you get clarity as to why were they suspended, those 17 SRC members?
SRC first. SRC must clarify the court interdict.
It's fine, Chairperson, either way.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to take an advantage, Chair, because when the thing of court interdict was placed in order, Mr. Cheritoga was the current SRC president and is the current council member. So I think he can articulate very well. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair, and thanks, SRC. I think maybe, Chair, to give the context of the court interdict, and I'll maybe just speak not in my current capacity as a member of council, but in the historical capacity that they refer to. It was issued in response to a present situation on campus. So it was during a registration process, and there were grievances that were interacting with the university management on that were not finding each other in terms of resolutions. And as you know, that is normally the case with student leadership and activism would resort to other means in terms of trying to have our grievances heard by institutions of higher learning. So the court interdict, when it was issued in response to restrain the measures that students were undertaking in terms of presenting for their issues to the university. And my understanding of it at the time was that the court interdict was meant particularly for that period of student leadership at the time. I was not of the perspective that it would be in existence beyond the respondent to which it was directed to, because if you read the court interdict, it mentioned the particular individual respondent to which it was directed to. SRC members of the time were mentioned in their name capacity, For example, I'm a respondent on that court interdict. But when I got out of office, I would think that the court interdict would not then be implementable at the next SRC president. So it's, even from a council member perspective, surprising that the court interdict is still in force even beyond it when it was implemented, because it was responding to a circumstance then. But I mean, Chair, I'm subject to correction. I might be legally wrong. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, on the issue of the court interdict, I think the council member, Mr. Jericho, is quite correct, Chair. That was a court interdict that was issued then for that particular purpose. And we were advised legally, because at that time, the university has to protect Link because the protest got so violent at that particular time. In fact, the court will not have given us the court interdict if we didn't produce enough evidence to show that the lives of the students who are registering, the lives of the staff members, and other stakeholders were in danger. But it is correct to say that it only applied at that particular time and moment, but it could apply to the next year's SRC as long as the registration was still the same student. For example, if you were registered in 2021 and were registered again in 2022, it still could apply to you if that was the case. But this year, Chair, we were informed legally that we can no longer apply that court interdict because many of the students who were cited there are no longer part of the student body. For that reason, then we are required as a university, if we need another court interdict, to go back to the court of law based on the circumstances that are prevailing at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Chairman, let me go back to one issue before I forget it. The issue of transformation. And there were a number of issues raised there in terms of transformation of the institution. In terms of the top management, I'm a bit worried, and I know this is one of the institutions that has historically opposed the issue of transformation. I'd want to get clarity from the university in terms of their equity threshold in terms of races. Do you have an equity threshold in terms of races, and what is that allocation that you are referring to in terms of equity?
Chair, I think if you look at, maybe you're aware that they've set targets for the different sectors. So the university also received the sectoral targets for higher education. So we use that as our targets for the university, also for the different.
Now my question is, does the university, let's leave the overall.
That is applicable to us as well. So we use that in our EE plan. And it also forms part of our EE targets for a specific EE plan. So it's applicable to us, the EE targets.
The question is, do you have targets?
Yes.
Okay. Are your current leadership outlook, is it in line with your targets? And where is the gray area if it's not aligned?
Okay, the grey area, we don't meet the full targets, but one of our areas are to appoint black female in management, top management and middle management. So that is where we are lacking.
So generally, there is no willingness to deal with the issue of transformation. Is
No.
there?
So,
you can get it.
yeah, so I think we definitely have willingness and we take it very seriously, but I think the challenge we do have is, and I think also during my presentation, is if you look at the turnover rate at the university, for academics, it's 5%, and for support services, it's 7%. So we only have a limited number of vacancies to fill that position, say, for instance, with black female. But if you look at the appointments we've made last year, is more than 80% of that appointments were black. So slowly but surely we move there, but I think Professor already also indicated is that we still have to make lots of progress. And internally, we've started with certain programs so that we can actually fast-track the process. Specifically for management, we do have succession planning. We do have a leadership program also for support services. And for the academics, Dr. Henriette van der Berg and her team really focus on fast-tracking the individuals so that they can move to higher levels. But we still lack there.
No, it's fine, ma'am. Your response is clear. You have not dealt with your transformation targets. During our visit on that side of research, I think it's research, we were shown traditional medicine. I'm not really sure whether it's in bees or whatever it is.
It's tea.
It's tea. I'm interested on the discoverer and the location of that discoverer within the value chain. It's fine. The university agrees having a research unit. Where is that person that discovered that, and how are they involved in the value chain?
And I'm going to ask Prof. Reddy and Dr. Taylor is here as well, and they're overseeing our innovation value chain.
Yeah, maybe I'll start very briefly. I think it was great that the delegation could go there to see what is happening. And in fact, you might just see a building, but I think Prof. Matsabisa will tell you that there are many, as you correctly say, who are part of that, beyond the confines of the university, in other spaces that the university, through funding that we have raised, him in particular as a leader, to get that. But I'm going to use that as my entry point to ask Dr. Glenn, the Senior Director for Research, who is on a daily basis directly also involved with Prof. Matsabisa, and he might have told you about what this is leading to as an institute, the first BRICS Institute for Traditional Medicine.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Member, Professor Matsabisa's unit was taken, we took it over from the MRC. So we inherited a number of patents and a number of technology when we took over that unit from the MRC. That's one component. There's a historical background into that. But the technology that's in the T's comes from a community area, not an individual. It's common knowledge that traditional healers use it in that area, and as part of our process of empowering that environment, we actually plow back into those communities. Those two communities are both in the Eastern Cape. We built infrastructure around those communities. We actually provide skills into that community, and also in terms of the sales, a component of that goes back into a trust into that community. So we do empower those communities where the technology did come from, Chair. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you heard the question. The person who has discovered that plant, where is he or she located in the value chain? Not necessarily how are you plowing back to communities, no. The person, you are researchers. Sure. You've met a person who has discovered a particular plant, whom has equally demonstrated that this plant can be useful, either for a solution related to one illness. You then realize that this plant is working as a university. Where is this person? And in your reports, there's no way we are indicating that this plant was discovered by this person. That's why my question is, where is this person located within the value chain? Because after you have discovered that plant and made a particular, what do you call this, ointment, for argument's sake, in a way, you are going to have benefits as a university, both economically and otherwise. Now, what about the person who has discovered this plant? That is my question to you.
In this particular case, I cannot speak specifically about that person that developed the tea because that comes from a community, but I can give you how we approach the process. If I had a traditional healer come to the university and that person has something novel and there's something commercial out of that process. Our philosophy is that there's a benefit sharing agreement, and it's dictated by law in any case that we assist that person. But we also try and keep that person involved in the value chain as long as possible, in the innovation value chain as long as possible. So we're not there. We're a public institution. We don't want. We're not in the area of taking anybody's intellectual property. Environment. And so we do keep that person up to speed. Latest developments, they don't always understand the full science, high-level science in that, but we do put it in layman's terms and we do enter into an agreement with that individual. We try and keep them up to, as I said to you, involved in the value chain as long as possible. So there is a benefit of sharing agreement up front in place before we even start analysing the plant extract.
Chairperson, the last one, I think we'll just get that report in writing. The last one, Chairperson. Historical debt is a problem, and the university is not explaining as to how is it responding to the issue of historical debt. But rather than the institution has indicated a threshold of, I think, 35,000, if not mistaken, for those who are having historical debt to be allowed to register and continue with their studies. My question is, what is the university doing to address the issue of historical debt? But second to that, what then happens to those that are outside the threshold of 35,000 and 45,000? That's my question on and around student debt. That will be the last one, Chairperson. You can take over. I'm not going to subject myself to your leadership that is brutal. You can take over, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So, Chair, maybe just to start off is to look at the numbers. So if we were very fortunate with this registration period. So with concessions up to 35,000, if you look at students who are academically, we call it term activated, but they qualify academically, only 800, and I think it's 810 students fell outside of that bracket who could not then register due to historical debt. So, and that is 0.01% of our student cohort that could not register because of it. So the majority of our students, like I say, is NSFAS. What we did with NSFAS students, even though they are waiting their appeals, we allow them to register. Historically, they do not have, typically they do not have a lot of historical debt, so they are helped until their processes are sorted out. And then the remaining students that we classify as self-paying, and that is actually where our problems come in. That is typically students who exceeded the N+ period and then is calculated as self-paying students. So we're also very proactive with those students to at least from September start to make them aware of bursaries, any outside funding, etc. And then the university also have a monitoring bursary. Now, monitoring bursaries, we specifically focus on SRC and the final year students, potential final year students. And with that bursary, we also cover the historic debt to ensure that students who are in their final years of study who exceeded the N+ rule then does not fall out in their last year and miss the opportunity to attain a degree. Unfortunately, we can't be everything to everybody. But I think through the measures that we implement, we demonstrated that we help the majority of our students. We help literally the students who are on the verge of getting their degrees to complete their studies at that stage. And then we're also very proactive with NSFAS to resolve matters before then provisional registrations are finalized. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah.
Just get clarity on that particular question before I give the
No, you can continue with your time.
No.
Okay, continue.
But the students are revolting, the Chairperson.
No, thanks, thanks, co-chair, even though I haven't been given the opportunity to also chair this session. I just want to speak on that particular point so that when I make my submission or submit my questions, I don't go back to this question because I'm not satisfied with the response. I don't know whether Honorable Khabo is. I don't know whether I captured you correctly, CFO, when you said around 800 students were above the cap of 35. Was that what you said? And you said that not to be a big number. So does that mean that those students were financially excluded or they made other means? Because I was going to be more interested in the figures on the numbers. But before you respond to that, 800 is not a small number, CFO. It's not a small number. Whether you can say 0.1%, 800 financially excluded students or financially affected students can't be a small number. I don't even want to get to the type of students that those are, because those are students that obviously would not afford to pay for their studies, but I'm not there for now. Then on the very same question, the concessions is
as it is outlined in your presentations, it says concessions only were accorded to students under the cap of 35, ne? Yeah, 35, with the student debt of 35,000. But there are terms or conditions of concessions. So if you just say, have debt under 35,000, you automatically can register, unless if that's what it means. But I doubt that is what it means. There going to be conditions of concessions, and you don't tell us about the conditions of concessions. Because where I studied, they would say, Chair, you must pay 14% of your debt, even if it's 35,000, you must pay a certain amount, then pay registration. So they don't tell us in the presentation. So what are the conditions of the concessions? That is not outlined there. Thank you very much.
As you don't forget your answer, I'll come back to you. Finish this one, CFO.
Thank you so much, Chair. So this year, normally in the past with concessions, there was a minimum amount that they needed to pay. This year, the concessions was you can either register provisionally or then fully if you secured current year NSFAS without any prepayments then. So that was the concessions then. And also, Chair, maybe just to allude, then the one condition for persons who registered provisionally is that you need to sign an acknowledgement of debt at this stage. So I think if I can give you the numbers of the number of students who, I think it was 2,700 that signed acknowledgements of debt for the provisional registration period, so that was one of the conditions linked to the concessions.
So if you would have signed an AOD last year and you did not honor it, were you still going to be allowed to fall under that same cap?
Chair, the IODs was something that we introduced on a fuller scale this year. Last year there was only 700 students who signed acknowledgements of debts.
No,
so what we typically do...
Continue.
Yeah, but before, maybe let me give you first and then as you will come.
Thank you, Chair. As a student who has also registered provisionally, I think I can highlight the concessions and the conditions surrounding the concessions. So the condition is that you need to honor your debt, your previous year's debt, including the first payment. First payment is the money that you need to pay inclusive of the registration. So it's partial tuition fees inclusive of the registration fee. So you need to pay that by the 31st of May this year. That's why we highlighted that an issue that is looming right now is deregistration, because most of our students registered provisionally. So that's then going to take the numbers of the students down in the university. I think I'll pause it for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair.
That's first.
Sorry. All right, sure.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. I think I wanted to give an answer to the question of the previous speaker. What happened to those students who were falling outside of the concessions? Most of them, they went home to give a clear answer.
Sure. Because
the CFO have mentioned here, there is an FWG of it, also the ISRC is part of it. We need to state it clear that as the ISRC were part of the FWG, but most of the decisions that were taken there were suppressed. They came to that FWG meeting with an already taken decision, of which we were told directly that the rectorate told us not to move even an inch at this amount we're negotiating. Then we asked ourselves at the ISRC, how can we come to a negotiation meeting while we were already told that you must not move even an inch? Because there we are crying with 35,000, it's a bit lower. Because we are owing more, the amount we are owing is more than 35,000. But the management told us directly that we cannot move even an inch, of which we are questioning even the setup of the FWG, that why are we even involved in the FWG? If ever we come with suggestions, we will submit to the management, but our suggestions are not taken into consideration. Also, Chair, with one of the, in the conditions of the concessions, academics also performance is considered. Those students who are, it's 50%. Yeah, it's 50%. If ever your academic rate is below 50%, you cannot form part of the concessions. Also, if you register provisionally the year before, it said you cannot register provisionally in this year. So those ones who benefited from such, they cannot in this one. And there is that issue of AOD. Yeah, you need to sign an AOD and commit yourself that I will pay this amount up until the 31st of May. Of which most students, they have not committed to I have not honored or paid any amount that I've committed in the AOD at this point, because I might go home on the 31st of May as part of my colleagues also, because most of us were registered professional. Sure. Thank you.
Hold on. You want to speak to the Kokwa issue? Or you want to speak to the...
Yes, I can speak to it.
Yeah.
No, greetings everyone, and thank you for the platform, Chairperson. No, we are having an issue at Kwakwa of the private accommodation cap, which was reduced from 33,000, which was not enough still, to 25,000 this year. So that issue now is a serious problem, Chair, because they are, okay, that issue is due to that Kwakwa don't have accredited accommodation. That is why they reduced the cap to from 33,000 to 25,000. But still, Chair, this thing shouldn't be looked on a perspective of accrediting their rooms, because there are a lot of services that are provided by the university for off-campus students, which needs that money of private accommodation. So if the money is reduced, those students will be excluded, or they cannot be able to use some of the services. For instance, University of the Free State campus provides off-campus students with transportation, and that transportation depends on that private accommodation allowance money. So if that money is reduced from 33,000 to 25,000, it means now the students, they have to make a provision from themselves for transportation, because now NSFAS has reduced the money, because obviously there's no service provider that will want to reduce the pricing of their services just because NSFAS has reduced the cap. They're not going to agree to that. Considering that, if with regards to transport, considering that even the diesel that the cars use it has increased, or increases each and every time, and even the service provider has to also pay his drivers for that services. So they are always complaining, and now they are looking for an increment. So reducing that money from 33,000, which is still not enough, it's a problem for us. And again, there is a service that is introduced at the University of the Free State campus for laundry. There's a laundry service that is new, which is supposed to be used by students. And students now, they have to use their food allowance, which is not enough to pay for that service of laundry. And that service of laundry is supposed to be cut by the private accommodation allowance. So if they reduce that money from 33 to 25,000, it means that students, they will suffer. They are not going to use that services of a laundry, which is supposed to be catered for by the private accommodation. Again, Chair, if we can make an example, you are a landlord, you have improved. Obviously, the university advised to say...
Let's make examples that are better. Don't make an example.
No, I understand, Chair. I refrain. But it's because, Chair, but there was a point that I was here to make.
Let's make an example that Honorable Msezan is a landlord.
Because it's an obvious example, Chair, that if you have an accommodation and you know who you have improved, you have installed whatsoever they say you must install, you have everything that they're looking for in that accommodation, and you feel like your accommodation deserves, or the rental should be maybe 2,000, but NSFAS now is reducing the cap, meaning that the service provider now has to reduce even the rental. Is there a service provider that can agree to such? It's not going to be possible. It will force the student now to have to top up from that rentals, if ever now the money has to reduce. Because if it's 25,000, it means now the landlord has to charge around like 800 rand. Who's a service provider can agree to such, from reducing from 1,400 or something to 800. No one is going to agree to such. So we're having that problem, Chair, with regards to the cap at 12. I don't know how we can be able to resolve it, but we'll appreciate if there can be an intervention in the House with regard to that issue. Thank you, Chair.
Student services, why is no accommodation accredited in Kwakwa? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe I should provide information. Last week, I chaired a meeting between the student leadership as well as financial aid. And in the discussions, one of the issues was the reduced cap to 25,000. And the resolution of that meeting was jointly ISRC, management, will write to NSFAS and appeal that. So, in a sense, we agreed with them. That's going to create problems in that space. Your question, Honorable Chair, the quality of accommodation around the university in Kwakwa is such that it's not practically possible to accredit all of them. But the exercise that HARA did shortly before that meeting was to scan all the accommodation places in Kwakwa. And in the presence of ISRC, they confirmed in that meeting that they could pick up out of 333 visited accommodation places, 26 could be accreditable. So which means in that space, you can accredit 26. But the question would be, if you accredit 26, will they then fall to the general cap or the 25,000 cap? Those are the answers that we must get from NSFAS. Because we can accredit 26 in terms of the feedback we got from HARA after they have scanned the accommodation places. ISRC can confirm that because they're part of that meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I think student services were creating problems. There is no reason why you have not accredited or even started the process last year or a year before. It's not like that campus is new. NSFAS says to you, they've taken a decision that they are going to keep the cap for unaccredited accommodation to 25,000. Accredited is definitely above 25,000. That's what they've just confirmed. Not once, not twice. They've confirmed it. The students are raising a proper issue that they are going to be in limbo, or they are, as we speak, in limbo. That there are challenges of the shortfall now. And from what you are saying, from what they are saying, what NSFAS is saying, it's your unit in the university that has created this problem. Because you have not accredited, and I can't get a sense why. You can't say to us, Chairperson of Council, the quality of accommodation, out of 333 visited, only 26 places could be accreditable. But you have not done it. That's the problem. Maybe this 26 would have covered 500 students, I'm making an example. So at least 500 students will not have the headache that they have today. Would be dealing with a different matter. My problem, NSFAS, with this cap, I saw that circular. You released it on the 7th of March. Right, Mampi? It was on the 7th of March. We saw it when we were in the meeting, I can't remember with what, last week, yeah, with the department. And we asked them, said, Deputy Minister, what is this? Was the minister was in Chapa. Deputy Minister Manamela, why do we have a circular of NSFAS in the middle of the year, determining or taking a decision that will have long-term effects on students who would have signed lease agreements with these people? We are creating a problem for us. The Deputy Minister said they'll go back and give us a response. It was last week, Wednesday. And the acting DG at the time, Dr. Sotuka, they were shocked that we have such a thing. It was signed on the 7th of March. So you are creating a problem for us because we asked, have you done? Okay, no problem. And I agree with your reasons that you want to regulate the sector. It's okay, it's good. But you can't regulate in the middle of the year when it will affect somebody somewhere. That's where the problem is. One, it shows that, it means that we might be taking good decisions very impartial. Or we wake up, we dream about a snake, and then we close, we say, what China, baby no 7, so you close you take the cap to 7,000. I don't know. So you colleagues are also not helping us. And we are going to have a discussion with in the next term when we begin with NSFAS. We have given the board, the new board, some time to settle. They've settled now. So immediately when we open Kaya, you must inform them. We're going to have a session with the new board of NSFAS. Because I don't understand why we're making, it's like we don't like a stable environment. We just like creating instability. Because this will create instability, I can tell you now. These landlords are going to close their accommodation because it will be impossible to run. The running cost is probably 2,600. They were making maybe 500 rands per room profit. And you are saying, no, now you must work at a loss. Leave the 300 that we're making, you must also owe 100 rands per child every month. Doesn't make sense. And I'm not saying you must not do it, but I'm saying the time that, the timing in the middle of the year when students are already committed, we'll have a discussion. We also have a discussion about the number of students that applied in the T3 period of last year, because it's April tomorrow. And we are still waiting for somebody to take a decision. I know it has financial implications of up to $1 billion, as you say, but it's because of our own system. I also don't understand why we must have application of a bursary should be an application of a bursary. And if I don't get, let's say this kid, those who have applied for university bursary 2025, and they did not get space there at TVET colleges, what happens? Because you're creating unnecessary, our system should be able to say, once you can show proof of an offer, we're able to prioritize you to that side. Because if you say, I've got so many students who applied in September on time, but because it was the first time you are using that system, yourselves at NSFAS last year, it's not a new one. Yeah, problem NSFAS, you've got too many answers. Every week you give us different answers. So, but these students were the first time using it, and they are likely to make a mistake. But you are now saying your mistake is punishable for a year. You can't get funding for a year because you made a mistake of applying for oppressing a wrong something there, saying TVET instead of university. So that's we'll have a discussion on on that part. But university on this one, we will also need Vice Chancellor commitment. So agree, you make concessions with students. We're also going to make concessions with you. When are you going to finish accrediting these other ones that are creditable? Because if we have a problem there, let's assist those landlords. Let's say to them, here are the nonsense standards. In order for us to accredit you, you need 1, 2, 3. Go and get, maybe they don't have a ceiling or they don't have a study table. Go and get a study table and we'll be able to accredit you. So let's stakeholders in resolving our problems, of making sure that our students live in a safe environment. So before we leave, we are going to commit. When are you going to start this process? When can we end it? When the ones that are creditable now, when can we assist? When can we get that part done? SRC, you wanted to speak about what? No, this
Previously,
one of accommodation, we've closed it. They are going to respond to it. Yeah, let's hear.
No, previously I wanted to answer the question of how many unregistered students are there based on, the historic debt. So the data that I received from the Deputy Director of Finance said that there's a total of 4,191 students that are unregistered with historic debt. Thank you. 191.
Honourable Chair, there is a commitment that the 26, it meets the criteria. It's a given, they'll be accredited.
When?
Obviously, I will have to communicate with the principal and then they can give us a date, but they meet the criteria. It's just an administration process. But the other ones, Chair, it's an ongoing thing. We do go, I'm sure the ISRC from Kwakwa can tell you, they work with landlords, they do go to them, they know what they should do, but they don't do it. Obviously, you then say you need to do X, Y, Z for you to be accredited. But the 6, through the same process of talking to them, they met that. So it's going to be an ongoing thing, and obviously we will support Kwakwa campus through the principal so that we accredit more. Thank you, Chair.
These ones that can be accredited, when can you, Principal
I think if they have all the documentation and so, I think I can say before the end of the week, by Friday.
Okay, so we'll do this on this one. So between yourselves, student, you'll write to us, will still be in the Free State on Friday. So you'll write to us on Friday and inform us, at least on the first part, the 26 that we are talking about, have been accredited or not. And if not, what are the challenges? Right, so this one of accreditation there at Rekwalayago on the 26th. On others, you are saying students are working with those people.
No, I'm saying the HARA, Mr. Zuli is the DG, HARA, and he's actually leading the process. With his team, they visiting houses and they're talking to landlords. I think after our meeting with ISRC, there was a commitment from them in that meeting that they'll be seeing landlords a few days later. I think the president from Kwakwa can confirm that. It was confirmed in the meeting that they have a pending meeting with the landlords. So they keep on meeting the landlords to advocate what has to happen for them to be accredited. And I take your point, Honourable Chair, that we need to move faster on that, but also we need to see how we can then support landlords to meet the standards and the criteria.
We on the hold on, Principal. On the 26th we've closed. On the 26th we've closed, right?
Friday the 28th.
Yeah, I'm saying on the 26th that are creditable. Okay. We've closed the matter there. You want to speak on something else?
No, we want the management to include the SRC when they, in all these processes of accreditation and what's not. We want to go with them and see those accommodation to assist the process.
You have interest there. Yeah, we were going to speak to that part because I think it was raised and they responded. We were going to speak to, we will speak to it at the end. You are speaking to the 300, the balance of the 333.
No, Chair, I want to give clarity to you, please.
On what?
On the accreditation process. Chair. By the 26th, the issue of accreditation will be finished. Maybe I need to bring something into the table. This side of Bloemfontein campus, previous years, we have had accommodation that remained provisional accredited for the rest of the year. So meaning, as it was reported, if you are provisionally accredited, meaning there are some part of the criteria that you do not meet, meaning students, they remain in those accommodations that does not fully meet the criteria for the rest of the year. So it's concerning to hear that the accreditation process can be fast-tracked at this period or at this rate at this time around. It's a concern from our side, Chairperson.
No, thank you. You did not hear it. The point was, this 26, from the inspection they've done, they meet all the requirements. That is why they are committing to say, within a week we can accredit, because they meet all the requirements. The provisionally accredited ones are the ones who have one or two issues that are missing from the norms and standards. So they then provisionally accredit them and say to them, go and fix 1, 2, 3, 4. They will remain provisionally accredited if 1, 2, 3, 4 has not been fixed. So those are the two different things. They did explain a little bit earlier. Principal.
I would like to, through you, Chair, thank you. There is one fundamental dynamic from Xwexwa. You know, this process of verification, approvals, or even accreditation, I think from our side could have been done before the end of last year. But you give the landlords, potential landlords, some documents to complete, and then they keep them. They don't respond. It's the biggest challenge from the other side. So I just wanted to bring this dynamic from here to say that even with this 26, I put my blog that by Friday most probably they will be done. But if the landlords are willing to work with us, I just want to put that into.
No, don't worry. It has financial implications now, so they are going to respond. The reason why NSFAS took a decision to put a cap on unaccredited is because they were not being punished for not being accredited. I can tell you now they are going to respond. Honorable Msaza, let's move on now.
No, ngibonge ithuba sihlalo. I don't even know where to start anymore. Perhaps let me start on the matter at hand, Chair, by first disagreeing with this approach of NSFAS on this basis, Chair. NSFAS said to us as the portfolio committee that they no longer want to pay service providers or accommodation providers where they do not know the value of the money they pay for the students, where the money is going. If the services that are being rendered to students are equivalent to the monies they pay. That's what NSFAS said to us. But now NSFAS is using now another approach to say where there are students, where they don't know where they are staying, under what conditions, they are keeping the monies, but students can still suffer there until such time that is fixed. But as you were rightfully saying, Chair, we'll punish the student, because you're not necessarily punishing the service provider, because the service provider is not forced to render services in a situation where it doesn't make business sense. Now, I'd want to pose this question to NSFAS to say, what has changed? Where is it that NSFAS is not going to reach in terms of going to do an assessment or be part of that particular process that the ED and the management of the university, including the SRC, must undertake in terms of evaluating and accrediting? Because in as much as NSFAS is saying this particular institution was not part of the pilot, does that mean now they'll just pay anyway even though they don't know the conditions? I think, Chair, you've overly emphasized on the necessity of NSFAS participating in this particular process. So I just want to start there for now, but they don't have to answer me now. I just want to deal with these other matters, then they can respond at the end. And secondly, to the CFO. CFO, you see, not just on your particular point, CFO is still here, not on that particular point of yours alone, but there were many ambiguous points in the presentations there, which I'll speak to, maybe 3 or 4 of them, including that one, concessions, that was not detailed enough. Some of us, CFO and the management, and including the chairperson here, some of us would have served in the SRC at the executive level. We would have served in council Vice Chancellor, would have served in EXCO and all these other committees in the hierarchy of the institution. We know terminologies, we know all of these things that we are talking about. Hence, when I'm speaking about concessions that you put there as a bullet to say concessions would allow, we know that it's misleading because there are conditions to it. And now we've just learned that through SRC members, there are other students that are still not registered, whom amount to something about 4,000, and you said something about 800 that would not only fall under that particular same cap. So I would want a breakdown. This is where I'm going with my question, CFO. I would want a full breakdown of the students that are affected by financial exclusion of all forms, whether under the cap or over the cap. And currently, is the registration still open? It's closed. So I just want a breakdown of all that. You want to respond now? Through, I'm also the chair, so you can respond.
Yes, Sivo.
Honourable Chairs, if I can address you like that. So the data that was provided to the SRC was actually via my office. So I'm just quickly going to break it down for you. So students who fall within the financial concessions, so they are allowed to register. But in the end, they did not register. And via the registrar's office, we phoned a few of them and just asked, but why don't you? We made the tools available for you to register. Some, due to personal reasons, decided to take a break. Some, there was academic reasons, etc. So if I break it down, first of all, students who fall within the financial concessions. So the financial concession says that up to historic debt of 35,000 with no additional payment, you can register. The students who did not register, who can register and to qualify academically were for 1,150 students. So out of their own choice, they did not register. Then furthermore, there was 2,000 students who I don't see as financially excluded, but they were not term activated, so they were academic reasons why they were not indicated that they can further their studies. So that is something maybe that my colleagues can allude on. And then the remaining students of that 4,000 who meet the academic requirements and then who fall outside of the concessions, that's the 800 I referred to. So we actually went and broke it down to understand our student population. Even with the students who had zero balances and some of them credits, there were a number of students who did not register. And it really intrigued us as why those students did not come back to the university. And that's also why we followed up on a number of those students and tried to determine what is the reason. Maybe they went to another university, etc. So that's something we will definitely continue to investigate also for the future. I hope it explains the numbers at least, so that you also quoted.
No, thanks, CFO. Maybe not to be tempted to have a dialogue with yourself, respectfully so that I move with other questions. May we have perhaps that particular explorations that you explored in terms of reaching the students? Obviously, CFO would appreciate a situation where when you deal with students, you allow the SRC to participate so that they bear witness to the fact that you are actually assisting the students. Because now you might say that you called two, and the SRC might say we have students that we have in our list that are crying to us to say they've been financially excluded. And I don't believe in any sober state that more than 1,000 students would just willingly not register and they are at question in terms of financial exclusion. So in that breakdown, maybe in a written response, may we have maybe a situation where you interact with the SRC and make available those explorations that you had. If not, if there's still means in which you can try and see what's what that can happen there, then I would appreciate a situation where you actually satisfy the SRC and us to say that you did explore all that you could have explored. You still want to come back on this one?
No, just make one comment, Chair,
Sure.
if it suits you. So maybe just to explain the financial working group, we had weekly meetings during the registration period. So the financial concessions that we ended up with was the final meeting actually, and it is a difficult thing to balance the sustainability of the university and the amount of historic debt that we need to manage versus then balancing the registration process. So I will demonstrate in the document. I will give you all the numbers and the different clauses then, and I will also engage with the SRC also. But just to demonstrate that it was a process leading up to the last financial working group when the registrations ended.
No, thanks, Paul, but like I said, unfortunately or fortunately, I've been in the SRC executive, so I've heard that concept where CFO will say it's in the financial sustainability of the institution and all of that, but it doesn't assist the process because a poor student is financially excluded, so we must do more than that. So as I pass, there was made mention of academic support. I think it was Ms. Janet who spoke very confidently about academic support and means that have been put in place. But in the presentation, I saw that they were its process. So I wanted to check with that in place, the academic support that obviously I would assume is effective. How many students would have been academically excluded, and then how many would have come back in appeals, in the appeals process?
Thank you very much. I'm going to request our DVC to, yeah.
Yeah, so I did write it down. So we have at various levels, just in terms of the academic support, not academic support, at faculty level we have academic exclusions.
Unfortunately, but you're out of order. You may proceed,
Sorry,
TVC.
TVC. I think these people of LK are hacking my phone.
Okay, so just briefly, we had, in terms of this period now, for January to maybe on March, we have 2 sessions. So 2 sessions, one in January, one in June, in terms of academic exclusions. And so across the faculties received a total of 616 appeals, which means those are students, you have your exam board, and then you have a number of students that are excluded. I didn't put that number, but across the faculties there were 616 students that were academically excluded. I hope I'm answering your question. And then of that, the URRT received 295 appeals. It's not appeals, for us to review.
TVC, I'm losing you. I asked the number of students that were academically excluded. Now, there is academic support that has been presented and millions that have been injected into academic support. And we have such a number now, you're telling us, that are academically excluded. So I want that particular number of students that have left the institution because they are failing, and that particular monies are not used to support these students academically. And then how many appealed and came back from appeals?
Okay, so let me just get that information. So you want one step back?
Yeah, the number that was the students that were academically excluded and did not meet the requirement for appeals, because you can be academically excluded all at once and not getting the chance to appeal, isn't it?
No, everybody has an opportunity
Okay.
to appeal, yes. And then, so not everybody does appeal.
Okay.
So that's where the number where I started, across the faculty, 616 appeals.
Okay.
Yes. And of those appeals then that came to the next level of the tribunal was 295.
So how many were excluded?
Sorry?
So 200 and how many were excluded?
So of the 295 that we dealt with at the URRT, 161 students we actually said we'll take back. So as I'll get the figures for you, you want the initial total.
I want the total number that were academically excluded. Yeah. I'll proceed once we are looking for that number there.
Okay.
Then there was a Vice Chancellor and Chief of Council. There was a proposal here of 2 executive positions, DVCs, DVC Operations Executive Director, institutional advancement. So it's two new positions in the presentation. It's new positions. That's what is written there. Or I misread it. Just clarity. Because it's written 2 new proposed positions in the presentation. So I just want clarity before I ask on that particular one.
So up till the end of last year, they were a position DVC operations. During the year, there was a proposal by the previous VC to council to actually have it as a COO and a CFO. That's the one. The other part is that there is a current vacancy as a senior director advancement. So the newness comes in that I've requested to the HR of council as well as to council that I want to revert back to the DVC operations position. And I've submitted a detailed explanation around that and not to the COO position per se. And of course, we've done a grading and everything of that position. In terms of the ED, so what I'm doing with my proposal to council is that instead of a senior director advancement, it will be an executive director, but I'm adding to that portfolio at least 3 other functions that would fit around advancement. So in reality, it's not a new position, but it's reverting back to what existed. And of course, with a new vice chancellor, one would expect looking anew at some of the functions, looking at what I refer to a family of functions.
No, I understand, VC. See, my question was stemming from the new proposed positions because I was going to ask if it's within the organigram and also if there are cost implications that would come with that. So with that response, I'm satisfied. Yeah. And then on the applications, Honorable Khabo touched on them, but I also wanted to find out if the applications are paid for. As students apply, do they pay directly to the institution? Because I think we raised this with, it was TUT, where their answer was ambiguous, but we wanted to find out if the applications are paid for direct to the institution, and you take your target, and then there would have been monies that would have been paid for the applications if they are paid for. So I just wanted to find that out first, because we'd want to know what happens to that particular monies if they are being paid for.
I'm going to ask the registrar and our CFO, but to the best of my knowledge is that we are not charging application fees anymore. But they can...
you are not?
They can
I can confirm that UFS does not charge us.
Okay. ED student services. Student services, yes. But I think this one has been touched on, even though I just want a small clarity in actual fact. When we were doing the walkabout, it was indicated by ED student services that indeed the on-campus residences charge above the cap of NSFAS. And the student leadership has also indicated that there's cost that is incurred by students because of that particular practice, which obviously we do not understand where it comes from. But in the presentation, there was a point that says, just I have many notes here, but I'm going to get to it, but it essentially was saying there's constraints, I can't remember the word that was used, that is as a cause of NSFAS having a cap in terms of extra income of the institution. Yet the institution is, in any case, charging more than what NSFAS is saying. So I'd want a clarity on that one because, again, there was then another slide that was saying there's standardization of fees in terms of student accommodation. So these things are contradictory in terms of what we know is happening here and what is being presented in the presentation. So I'd want maybe your opinion on that, or clarity rather.
I'll ask my colleagues to add into the detail that in terms of the university accommodation fee, the various categories of residences, for example, junior residents, senior residents, our older new residents and postgrad has different fees. But as a total, so some is below and some just over the cap. But in terms of you look at the overall, we are within that band. Some of the new residences, based on if it's a double room, there would be a price to that, whereas a single room, I see that the pricing is around 5,000 more. But what I actually see here right in front of me of what colleagues have provided is that very few of the rooms actually exceed the NSFAS cap. But Marissa, if you can just speak, or you or Themba, to the specifics of that. But on overall, it actually balanced.
Yeah, before, please pause there. I think, yeah, you're saying for single rooms, you're paying 5,000 more. Did I hear correctly? 5,000 more. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Chair, I think the VC has articulated on this matter accurately. I think where we were saying there is alignment, Deputy Chair. If you look at all residences, the fees are the same as Bloemfontein one. I will make an example. All res, Chris Ani, or Tambo, Hector Peterson, Mukaba, Steve Biko. The double is 35, and the single is 39. If you go to Bloemfontein, you get the same thing. Your Acacia, Emily, you name them, all of them. There's plenty. It's about 15. The double is 35, and the single is 39. That's in alignment. But you have the new residences that are far above that, because these other residences are old. Obviously, with your annual increment, they then go up every year, but you can't push them to 50 because they are old residences. So that's why they're lagging behind. But your new residences, you have two finance model. There are residences that we fund. I think two of them, we spend about 60 million, 30 million each. And then you have a residence there, we got a loan. We still owe about 153 million on that residence. So because housing is self-funding, we are not subsidized by anyone, by government and not by the university either. Residences generate its own funding. It must cover its cost. It must pay its salaries. Every January, I request a loan of 10 million to cover the cost of residences for Jan, February, until students come in and we receive some money, and that loan is payable back to the university. It's a self-generating enterprise. So once you have a new residence, it simply means the repayment of the loans must come from residences, from that particular res. If that res is, for argument's sake, 80 million, and it's loaned from ABSA, I must pay it back. So to determine the pricing, the finance model will then determine how much the price should be, and the CFO can assist us there. There are still residences where we are still owing. There are residences that we funded internally. I think I'll give CO to move further on that.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, no, you don't give anybody. This is still our meeting. Vice Chancellor, I agree that Chairperson of Council has requested that we release him at 5:30. We have agreed, Chair. If it's 5:30, you can. We will allow you to leave. Vice Chancellor, I agree with your model that says student accommodation must be self-sustainable because you're not getting any assistance anyway. I agree with it partially because I'm not sure which year, but there was a study released about the throughput rate of those who stay in student accommodation versus those who don't stay in student accommodation. And the results were that those who stay in student accommodation, the throughput rate is higher. They finish on time, or they spend less time on university premises before they qualify or they get their first qualification. So it's in the best interest of the university to have student accommodation. So for the universities to say, student housing unit, you're on your own, doesn't make sense. Because you are saying in order for the university to succeed, to this graduation rate to go a little bit higher, you don't really care where the students stay. And for me, it's a contradiction. So I don't agree with the model based on the, from a business point of view, no problem. But one, for, government says to you, and I'll go to when I go to my questions on the grants that government puts, it subsidizes education. The reason you're giving grants by government is to subsidize education. But how do these kids see the subsidy? I'm sorry, how do the students see that? I sometimes reveal my age by calling students kids, I apologize. I meant students. When we are doing almost everything in our power to commercialize education or to make education a commodity, you spend 400 million building a residence. I'm making an example. Adur, what is that one? Is it Adur? I'm making an example. Yeah. Government gives you 100 million through DHEAD grants. You go and borrow 200 million. CFO, how much do you have in reserves? Roughly.
Chair, can I give you the longer answer?
Sorry?
Can I give you the longer answer?
No,
So
the short,
yeah.
one, the shorter one.
Yeah.
Plus
We have,
minus.
in council, undesignated reserves, we have around about 7 months worth of operational funding to maintain the university for operations for 7 months.
How much
it's
is
around
that?
about 2 billion.
2 billion.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you have 2 billion. You can switch off the mic. So you have 2 billion, right? And we want to build student accommodation. Government says, go and look for 200 million. We'll give you 200 million. And then you go and borrow from ABSA or FNB or I don't know who you bank with. And they charge you prime plus 1. And you want the students to pay for that interest. That's why I have a problem. When you had the money in Tena, you could have, and you are generating serious income on that 2 billion every month. You could have simply said, university, CFO, you say, housing, I'm giving you 11 months to go finish this project. Because in 2 years' time, or in a year's time, I want to be generating money out of this investment that I'm making. Because I don't want to have 7 months worth of reserves. I want to be stable. I want to have 2 years worth of reserves, right? How do I do it? I take money that I have and plant it in student accommodation, build student accommodation, have more students who stays on campus, have better throughput rates, but also building the reserves that you want for stability, whatever the case may be. But your model is charging, you are saying, I'm putting in 200 million, but I'm not going to pay anything for it. And when I've finished paying for that, I'm going to make money out of it. But these students are going to pay this interest for me. You are making education a commodity. You are making it difficult for the poorest of the poor to access this quality education. You are forcing them, if they have a chance to stay in the township, rent a back room, which is likely going to be a shack, and travel through a taxi to and from school, lose more hours being on the road instead of in a library and all of that. And taxis, they finish around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So they must leave the library that you are charging them on their school fees. Because you're putting on their school fees, I know you have library, lab access. They can't access them the way they should because they are now forced to stay away. So we, like I said, on student accommodation, we must find alternative methods to, I mean, as government, we are paying, or government pays or gives you 200 million to build student accommodation, to subsidize this student. What is value for money for them, for government? Because government is not going to own, it's you who owns. But so must government then say, we'll charge you interest. And when we take that interest, we pay, we subsidize further these students who are staying in those accommodations. Because if the model that you're proposing, you are saying you want to be assisted by government, but you are not willing to assist the student. I don't think it makes sense. If it's not making sense, Chairperson, it's because the English bundles are finishing. But I hope I'm making sense. We are making it very difficult for our students to have accommodation. We will get to the part when I'm asking my own question on those that are high, that are over. I mean, for single room, you're saying they pay more than 5,000 more. Phew. It means give them 8,500 per room.
Following financial excluded.
Yeah, and then these kids, or these students must now owe 2,500 every month over the cap of NSFAS. At the end of the year, they've got 25,000 debt from student accommodation. It's not like they failed. NSFAS has paid, but they have 25,000 debt. Then you say concession, sign. You sign 1 year. Next year, 50,000 debt. I'm sure you have even put interest. 53,000 debt. No, okay. 50,000 debt. Then you say, remember the cap of concession is 35,000. Now you must go look for 15,000 in order for you to. So it's not sustainable. It's a tactical exclusion of students who come from poor backgrounds from accessing education.
Sure. No, I'll try to be very fast, Chair. I'm largely covered. So I'll just try to move very fast in terms of my few last questions. On defunding, the management said that they are engaging with NSFAS on dealing with those issues. I would want to know if there were reasons for defunding the students that were defunded. How many students were defunded? Obviously, NSFAS always has reasons, but I would want to know the number of students that were defunded and how far are the engagements in terms of dealing with those issues, as the presentation was saying. And then I would want to commend the institution for the allocated 190 million in bursaries, very, very commendable. But I would want again a breakdown in terms of those monies to see how they were then dispersed to students and what was the criteria. Was it on merit? It was first-year students, well, last year or second-year students and all of that. We'd want to see a breakdown that obviously would amount to these monies before we clap for the university. And oh yeah, the word that I used was constrained. Yeah, it was the correct word that I used. That said, the institution is constrained by NSFAS funding caps. So, as I think I would have submitted that question around what that actually means versus what we are told here. I wanted to ask a question on the employment equity profile breakdown in terms of the executive management. I think it was also asked by Honorable Khabo. But I would really want, I had the response, but it wasn't satisfactory. It wasn't a satisfactory response because obviously we've been dealing with this issue of transformation literally transformation literally, because transformation speaks about the previously marginalized. It doesn't. It's not just transformation as a holistic approach. It's nothing of that sort. So it didn't start yesterday. So before these vacancies were filled, it's not something that happened yesterday. Post 94, we were looking at transformation. We've been speaking about transformation, and we are very biased towards it. So I would want to really get a breakdown in terms of the executive management, that the equity that you speak of there, you can send it to us in writing as well, and then we'll interrogate it, because we're not going to dilly-dally around that particular aspect. There is a chair. There's a report on safety and security. There was a word that was used there very deliberately, twice. It speaks about negligence. Our students are negligent. It was twice. The first one says, on-campus crime is primarily linked to negligence and dishonesty. Now, executive management cannot tell us that our students are negligent and dishonest, therefore they are subjected to crime. You can't tell us as a political committee of parliament that, okay, it's happening as a result of their negligence and dishonesty. I would really want to get perhaps a person that did an analysis or research and came to this particular conclusion to take us to confidence. How did he or she arrive to this particular conclusion? And then it goes on to say, now crimes off campus, which here, when I was reading, I saw that there's even murder amongst other serious crimes. Again, Chair, there is made mention of negligence plays a significant role. There is negligence that is also put there. So I wanted to find out if this negligence happens outside the premises of private accommodations and outside of the institution, or it happens in areas of private accommodation where there's inadequate security personnel that should be guarding those particular places. I know in KZN, for instance, there would be private accommodations where armed people would go in private accommodation, take things that belong to students, cell phones, and all of those.
Yeah, so we'll get those things in writing. CFO, how many, or how, one of your slides says your student debt is it's around 800 million now.
Chair, the student debt at the end of the year was 317 million, and we since reduced it to, I think earlier this week I checked, it was 86 million.
286 million.
Yes.
So this is what we want you to do for us. Go and surf it a little bit. You know what is to surf. You know what? I told you it's late now. Even our English.
It's depleted.
Yeah, so do you know what is a surf? So yeah, we must surf that data a little bit, clean it up, and give us by students to the university, by those that have completed their qualifications, not those that are still in the system, right? Those that have completed their qualification, we want that number. So you'll say to us, health sciences, medicine, I've got 20 that concluded that owes us, we've not given them their degree. I'm making an example. And the rent value they owe us is this much. And I'm hoping that you are not charging them interest on, you're not, thank you, on that amount. But do you withhold their certificates?
Chair, so we allow them to graduate. We do not give them this. Yes. Oh, you want?
Allow them to graduate, we provide the academic record with the whole certificate. Yeah.
No, okay, no, thank you. That's the agreement that USAP has with the department, that you make academic records available so that they are able to stand a chance of finding an employment, right? Thank you for that. On the 14th of February, we had a meeting with SIU. And SIU told us that you had returned 438,162,285 rands and 2 cents back. You see, I did not say listen carefully. You know, it's not like this one who sits next to me. You know, his president can't read numbers. So you returned more than 438 million back to NSFAS. And this money was money that NSFAS would have given you to fund students. But between yourself and NSFAS, you could not agree on who exactly is being funded, whether the funding list did not come from NSFAS. Child, that student, I'm sorry again, I'm children, that student then had to go back home. Vendor had to borrow money to take a bus to go back home. And where they are now, their lives have got no prospect of them being successful. Because this would have happened in 2017. Because this was the money that was taken from the closeout project of 17 to 22. So the social impact of 438 million would have meant probably this one child was a boy who was the only one, the first one in their family to access university. And because our systems could not communicate, this child had to go back home. And because he got, what do you call it, depressed, And this is not an excuse for people to commit crime. But he tried. He went and said, let me try something, and probably got shot and killed. Or is in jail serving a sentence. Because there were no prospect of success. So this 438 million, you see now since you are back, I can't even say the numbers correctly. You know this, this sickness of MK. So once you arrive, my numbers. So this 438,162,000 is not just a number. It is, there are people, there are faces behind that we see every day where we live, in our communities, in our constituencies. We see them every day. Many of them would have even went the whole year at an institution, and they are not coming back next year because you are saying, look, we thought NSFAS is funding you, but it did not. They have not paid, so you can't register. You owe us 90,000 with your accommodation. You pay us 130,000 because your accommodation is very expensive. You see? So these kids, these students would have then went home and stayed at home and literally have seen their future evaporate before them. So this 438 million CFO for us is not a number. It's a reminder that there are people that the state would have put money aside for. Said, go to school, make sure these students are able to access quality education, and because of our systems, that did not happen, right? So that's a statement that I would have wanted. I'll give you two comments. I'll give you two comments here. So this 438 million, it would have been for a period of about 5 years on the closeout project. How much interest did the university make from this money? CFO.
Thank you, Chair. And I also want to acknowledge your statement, because I think all of us, especially with the number of students we deal that's NSFAS funded, acknowledge the fact of how much any money and any funding or any lack of funding means to any of our students. So I just want to acknowledge that and also say that is the stance of this university. So I'm also now a year and 3 months in this position, and I actually also started to only understand the gravity of what led to this amount recently. And I think, and I want to clarify it because there were some media reports that really put the university and NSFAS in a very bad light, and I think the word fraud was even associated with that. And I want to take the opportunity to clear that. So first of all, as you know, since 2017, NSFAS moved to a total new system. I think there were various challenges. There were data that was changing, data that was inconsistent, there were capacity challenges. We can name a whole list. We recently did a whole report for our finance committee to explain the gravity of that. So I think if I can summarize it, what led to the long period of delay to be able to agree on what either the university owes to NSFAS or NSFAS owes to the university, because since I came in office, I reported to our finance committee and the amount went like this. After a number of meetings, it showed we owed NSFAS, and after more meetings, it showed NSFAS owed us, etc. So it was really as more data were brought to light and we clarified and investigate individual student accounts, then we say, oh, but you must remember this happened in 2017, and there were certain decisions taken by Parliament in 2018 that did not conform to the rules. So it was a whole journey of decisions that we had to grapple with. I think on NSFAS side, and NSFAS can also confirm this, I don't want to talk on their behalf, I think there was capacity constraints. Every time NSFAS put dedicated people on the closeout project, just when they started to understand it, they either resigned or new people were involved in the process, and it is quite a lot of knowledge to understand the gravity of each of those years. So I think that's the one thing to acknowledge. The university always had the records. We were always willing to work with NSFAS. I can show you the number of meetings that NSFAS also convened. I think they told me in Pretoria at one time they got the whole sector together, all their resources, and everybody tried to resolve this. I think the second thing I want to note, I know in 2023, we started to talk to the SIU to say, listen, but can we just agree on partial refunding, because otherwise this thing is going to go into perpetual, going to go on forever. And we also want to settle it because it's also a risk on our financial statements if you have this bigger creditor. So the money was always ring-fenced. We always were transparent about it, included it in our financial statements, it was audited. The main thing is in 2023 and 2024, the first money we received from NSFAS for any tuition or accommodation fees was only in July, when there was partial payments. So for a university like ours, who are very dependent on government funding, your first subsidy is only starting in April, and in 2024, we were even, due to the financial constraints of government, contacted to say, can we defer some of the subsidy payments? So at that stage, we said, listen, let's really work together to get this sorted in the interest of both parties, because for us, it also makes sense that we can actually start to settle this. And then luckily we had one resource who was dedicated to assisted us to agree on the 400 million and then to determine the defunded students who is recovered by the SIU. So in total, your question, Honourable Chair, how much interest did we earn on the money? During 2023, 2024, up till July 2024, when you do that net sum of the period 2017 up till 2023, 2024, in a lot of the instances, NSFAS actually owed the university because we carried all our students for so long. The other thing that I also just want to clarify, I don't know if all institutions does this, when we talk about historic debt and affecting students during registration, we are very strict to exclude any NSFAS funding. So if we say, listen, the concession for historic debt up to 35,000, it's not the total debt the student owes the university or NSFAS. We only take the self-payment gap. We ignore the part that there is maybe still some outstanding matters between the university and NSFAS, and that we also carry interest fees free on this university's account. So, Honourable Chair, according to my books, up till the end of 2024, interest went vice versa because we funded the cash flows for such a long period. The university still continued to work with NSFAS. On the previous question, I, in the meantime, clarified the 2023 closeout project. 2024, the data is submitted. We're just waiting for clarification to finalise those projects, that we never get in a situation like this again, because we realise the importance of cash flow for NSFAS and to actually also help students. I don't know if that partially answers your question or if there's anything else I can elaborate on for you.
Yeah. So you don't know, or your answer is that you have not quantified the amount of money you may have made from this, because in your defense or your argument is that most of the time NSFAS owed you.
In 2023 and 2024.
No problem. So let's do this. Go and quantify that. I mean, I'll tell you why, at the end, why we're asking you to do so. Government, do you know the different grants that the government gives you? How much, let's say 2024, how much in total have we given, or has government given the institution in grants?
I'll quickly be able to check for you. I can't recall out of the top of my head. I know the clinical training grant was around about 27 million. The infrastructure grant was 3 million last year. And the UCDG, I'll quickly check for you, Chief. I can't answer that so quickly.
No, that's fine. I have those figures, don't worry. I forgot to say when we started that almost all of us here were children of teachers. You know how teachers are. They ask you a question when they know the answer.
I'm also one.
Yeah, you see, that's good. So we're on the same page, you and I. So on the planning, policy and strategy, government would have given you about 3.8 million in 2024. And then on sounds like a very dry cough. Maybe let's get or Borstal. The cough is very dry. So having grown up in the township, I know that the only medication would get is Borstal for that cough. So on the second one, you would have received about 37 million. 1, 2, 3, about 37 million. This is, what do they call it? Develop and coordinate policy and regulatory frameworks for effective, efficient university education system. Yeah, that one. About 38 million. And then the other one, but it does make sense. The numbers are closer to what you know. Yeah. And I'm happy that in your presentation there was acknowledgement that almost 86% of the university's income come from government, being subsidies. I think you said about 47 or 80 something, I can't remember. Yeah. And then about 39 comes from NSFAS. Yeah. So the acknowledgement, and this is what I want us to confirm, VC, that without the intervention of the state, our universities, and I like making this point, that I'm yet to see which public university will survive in South Africa without the intervention of the state. On the tuition, it is NSFAS, and the subsidies. In 2024, our total budget was around 137 billion in the department. About 49 billion went to NSFAS. And about 46 billion went to universities through subsidies. So between subsidies and NSFAS, you had about 77% of the total budget of the department, which is an indication of the commitment of government towards yourselves as the university sector. Not necessarily yourselves, but some of your colleagues, when we ask them, VC, what did Gepieriso? You see, I'm even trying Afrikaans. My bundles of English. What is happening here? Then the VC writes to us and says, no, where do you enter? When we're asking, you sit VC and then you prosecute the unions or the students for saying something in our meeting. I'm making an example. And then you take them through. You've got big pockets. You have senior councillors that represent you. I'm sure, I don't know the details of that interdict, but I'm sure there you used big names, senior councils to represent the university. Students, shame. I'm sure they did not even defend, because they will defend with what? And that is why you then have an interdict against them. So when we ask you, but why are you suspending these students and you don't charge them? This is what sometimes your people do. They suspend a student in February. They say, hey, Masuku, there's an allegation that you took money for registration here. We suspend you. But they don't charge this child or this student. the students are going to have a problem with me calling them children, you know, I'm sorry. But you don't charge the student for the entire semester. Probably give them a charge sheet in May. They've already lost the semester. And majority of them, the courses that supposed to do in the second semester are prerequisites of the first semester. So in essence, you have taken a year out of this child's study. Yeah, this student study. And NSFAS then comes in and say, hey, N plus. Yeah, we're not funding you next year because of N plus. So when we come, because these are our people, the bosses of these people here are these people, the voiceless. Those are the bosses who put us where we are. So we account to them. Then they say, hey, we can't do anything there. This University of Free State is using this big lawyer, senior counsel, let's see here. And we can't defend ourselves. So they go to who they can go to. They come to Parliament. We write to you and say, VC, man, or register. We have a problem. We are getting complaints that you charge students every year in February, and you don't, or you suspend students with immediate effect in February. You charge them around May, and the cases go the whole year. What is the problem? Then your colleagues in the sector, VC, say, yeah, this portfolio committee is overreaching. You are entering territories where you don't have to. In fact, you must ask the department. We account to the department. Well, many of them have tried that. We just told them, unfortunately, the constitution of this country, section 55, subsection 2, gives us the power to do oversight over the department and all national entities under that department. So, unfortunately for them, we respond. But, and what makes it difficult for us is that we, these members, are the ones who signs, what do you call that, the vote 17, the budget, are the ones who vote on it. The 137 billion are these members who vote on it and give it to the department to distribute accordingly. And when they ask, how are you using this money? Why are you spending 20 million in 1 year on lawyers against workers and students, on maybe 2 or 3 suppliers? But majority are workers. So you are spending 20 million rands in 1 year. And they'll tell us, no, but our budget is 2 billion a year, and therefore 20 million is a drop in an ocean. Hey, man, do you know what is 20 million? It's a drop in the ocean because you're not paying for it. But we literally are paying 20 million for you to use against the students and the workers, which can be. And that is why I was saying this in the meeting, when we began the meeting, we said, have these bilaterals with your people. The student, VC, president, regular meetings on a monthly basis, weekly if it's registration period. Now they are talking about the 31 May, where you are going to send some home. Have these discussions, VC, find amicable solutions. Because if you send them home, they won't finish their degrees. It means in a few years you're going to write off that debt, that's bad debt, because they're not going to pay. You have removed them from, and I understand from a business point of view, you must try and collect for the sustainability of the institution. But taking them home does not assist in the long run, does not assist them, does not assist you, does not assist anybody. It means government through NSFAS would have paid 2 years to this child, 3 years, 300,000, and it's going down the drain. So how does excluding them help us in a bigger picture? It does not. I don't see maybe I'm too sharp, but I don't see how it will assist anybody. So I want to appeal, VC, that let's get towards a point where we say we want to collect, but we want you to succeed. So let's find, and I'm happy with the concessions that we're making. Maybe now let's look at, let's sit down with the students. Because making concessions without them, it's about them. So they'll know, look, I owe 115,000. 35,000 means I must get 80. Whatever thousand for me to pay, it won't help. I went through your statute. This one I'm going to pose it as a question. The chairperson of council just left, but we have council members. Your university statute is very quiet on the number, very clear on the number of terms that council members can serve. It says 2 terms, minimum 4 years, or maximum 4 years. 2 terms. So it means 8 years Ambakai, right? No problem. But on the appointment of the VC, it does not say what is the number of terms that the VC can stay on your statute. No. It doesn't say. I have it here. You'll have to show me which paragraph, because it's on chapter 4 on the appointment of the vice chancellor. It doesn't say. Council, what was the thinking around it? It was, and it's a new one. It was signed February, March 23. The very new statute. So take us through, council member. I don't know which one of you would want to volunteer.
No, thanks, Chair. Quite strange. Maybe the registrar would assist there if we missed it, but it's our view that it's actually 2 terms, and that has actually generally been a practice. If we missed it, we will have to correct it. you may have assisted us today, so maybe the registrar can help there. Thank you.
Okay.
Check. I will help by saying I'm not planning to stay for 20 years.
You don't want to go to University of Limpopo. Yes,
Chair, in our defense, the last VC that actually did serve 2 terms, 2 full terms, was Professor Francois Retief, and that was 20 years ago. So since then, nobody has even served 2 terms.
No, they're fine. They're good. Yeah, it's on chapter 7, the vice chancellor and principal. It does speak about term of office, but it's not clarified there. Tomorrow we're at Central University of Technology. The department, and we've asked their legal team, they've not responded to us to explain why they signed or they gazetted a new statute for Central University of Technology that says the register can literally be the register for life. No, it's a new statute. That's what it says. They gazetted it now in February. I've written to the department legal team to explain that part. So that is why we're paying attention to the statutes, because we are going to have a view as a committee soon about what we think the statute really should concentrate on, because the Constitution, what governs you. We don't think the way we're handling it currently assists us, but it's a discussion we'll have with yourselves. We will not close. When we have a view, we'll come canvass it by you. So it's not there, the issue of, and it's not about UVC, but it's about, the principles that we must agree on. Yeah. as we conclude, HR, maybe if you can just answer. You said on your slides there, and the council member then in Rome, we really appreciate you joining us the whole day. I know you should probably, you had planned to go shopping, so you've been online the whole day. We apologize for keeping you, but we really appreciate you being online with us. It shows the commitment that, the council members really have attended. We have at least 2 or 3 young, very young council members, something that we appreciate. We're not ageist. We're not against older people, but we appreciate youthful council members, because our councils must represent, Free State, literally. And Free State, I'm not sure, maybe it's also a youthful province. So we also need to see these young people. So HR, you say that on the vacancies you have on your slides is because of others resigning, others, I think the register, somebody said poaching in the sector. They get big boys in the industry, they come and poach your best people. But do you have a number of how many people, let's say in the past year, have left the university because of the consequence management that the university would have meted against them?
Chairperson, I don't have the exact number. You're referring to disciplinary cases.
Yeah.
Approximately 90 people.
90?
Yes.
Okay. It's fine. So if you'll, as part of those things that you'll give to us in writing, you'll just say, Teboholitsi was working under garden services. He did not cut trees. We charged him and we fired him. So you just do a table.
Yes, sorry, I've actually made a mistake. We had 142 cases, which include grievances and so on, but 42 people were dismissed.
No problem.
But I will provide you with the detail.
I really appreciate COO. You are the COO, no?
Fortunately, not only acting.
Acting COO.
I'm actor,
okay.
but I'm the senior director HR.
Oh, okay. I saw you changing the facial expression when the Vice Chancellor was explaining why she does not want the COO. So I thought, no, I'm joking. no, I'm joking. So in conclusion, we'll conclude our meeting this way. That in Kwakwa, as a matter of urgency, let's accreditable accommodation. And let's submit that information to NSFAS as a matter of urgency. Like I've said, some of us have stayed at rest, and we've also stayed off campus. And we know the difference. Staying at home where you stay in an RDP house, you share it with 8 or 7 of your siblings and cousins. It's not a conducive environment for any student to do well at university. So we must fight with everything that we have to put students in student accommodation because it's conducive. The success rate of those who are in student accommodation is quite higher than those who are not in student accommodation. So let's accredit those that are accreditable as a matter of urgency. I'm not saying go cut corners and accredit wrong people. You see this NSFAS, we told them in 2023 that we agree with your view that you must play a role in student accommodation. Because you can't pay 17 billion rand to student accommodation and you don't even know how that student accommodation looks like. And you, at universities, again, I made that bold statement, and Yusuf misunderstood the point we're making there. When we said to them, there is corruption in all universities, and we're not saying vice chancellors are corrupt. And that's where Yusuf got it wrong. Because we were saying, we don't stay in the sky. We stay with our people on the ground. And we know many of your people in student accommodation, they ask for cold drink from these people that we are accrediting. Some of them, we know them. I mean, we've interacted with them socially, we've worked with them, we've went to school with them, who are in this business. You don't have a student accommodation? Because now I'm talking about cold drink, now you are, I think you are panicking. So, because we know these people, and we know who at these institutions that are doing accreditation are getting, and some of them are bankrupting the smaller ones, the smaller players in there, dealing with small business or SMMEs, which is a bigger drive of any thriving economy. Where you say you've got 20 beds, in order for me to accredit you, you'll give me 100,000 every January. They don't have it. Literally, they're working for these people at universities. I can tell you, and I said in that statement, it was a bold statement, maybe a little bit reckless, but I said, choose any university, and I'll go and show you who and where, who's doing what. Maybe it was a little bit reckless, I'll admit now, but the point we're making is that these people that you are accrediting, we know them. We live with them, we come from the same areas with them, or we went to school with them. We have somehow, we go to churches with them, sometimes social gatherings, but we know them. And they tell us, Raymond, this one, hey, it's tough, 300,000. So we then said, you guys are stifling SMME development. So NSFAS can't be paying 17 billion a year on student accommodation, and they don't even know who they are accrediting. The regional manager of TVET, Letaba TVET College, where you are the principal in Limpopo, had accredited shacks as student accommodation, Pirami Kuku, right? NSFAS, there was no way NSFAS will know, because it was not them who accredited. Somebody at accreditation of that TVET would have put a false application to NSFAS, say, these are the rooms, we have accredited these people, pay them 4,000. Right? Who do you blame there? NSFAS is paying. Who were they paying? They're paying for something that doesn't exist. So we then said, NSFAS, we want to blame you. When you pay for wrong accommodation, we want you to be held accountable. Because also, how do you ask NSFAS to pay 17 billion rands and you can't hold them accountable because they don't do accreditation? There's a serious gap there. So we then say, go play a role, but also yourselves, don't bring in corrupt people who are going to do this, because we will know They did it. They appointed some company with no morals, companies, no morals, no ethics, nothing. They will go, Ori, these ones, you know, I always tell, maybe this joke would be very sensitive, let me leave it. But they even went to people who you know that they can't keep a secret. Ori, these people, they were so desperate, they went to people who can't keep a secret. Huh? These people wrote to us, Chair, these people of yours at NSFAS, they came. They are saying they are going to, my accommodation deserves to be graded grade C. But they are saying they are going to grade me grade A, provided that I give them this amount up front, and we make an arrangement every month on this money. We wrote to them, say, hey, NSFAS, we told you that we are saying these universities, some not universities, these bad elements in the university system, they are stifling SMME development. They are taking money out of them. They are literally burying small companies. Don't do it. You went there, they went there and did it. And we told them, your people are doing X, Y, and Z. Everywhere. These ones were worse, no? Because you'll get an email from people in Butterworth complaining, in the Eastern Cape. Tuku, Pietermaritzburg. Hey, Bloemfontein. No, Bloemfontein was not there, but I'm just saying, it was everywhere. Those ones were on the pilot. Right? They themselves decided to behave like us. So we will know. So Leluna, director, don't go and accredit people who don't have to be accredited. The reason why we are saying students must form part, must work with you on this one, we agree with them. The reason why we agree is because you put them in unsafe accommodation. So the student, the leadership called SRC is a select few, a creme de la creme of students, who, by the way, you were supposed, immediately after they were elected, you were supposed to induct them. And the assumption is that you took them through what is ethics, what to do and what not to do. So you must trust that your own education will work on them. But to say you don't trust them, it means you don't trust what you have taught. So we are saying to you, work with them. If there are one or two that are doing wrong things, expose them. Remove them from the system. But let them form part with yourselves. But if they are there, they are also going to see your wrong apples that also wants cold drink there. You see? So work with them. The more you guys are there, I can guarantee you the better things will be. Even some of your wrong apples in the system are going to be exposed. It is in their best interest to make sure that this accreditation, this accommodation that's being accredited is fit for purpose. So there's no way they'll go there and say, yeah, credit this sec, we'll keep quiet. They will want what's best for them. So let's do that. NSFAS Lona, we're going to have a session. You see this thing of waking up and making a decision without looking at all the factors. You know, it really worries me. Last year we raised that issue, said, in June, how do you defund the student in June? Yes, you found your system says, in February your system said, let's fund this child. In June your system says, no, this child is defrauding us. You took a decision in January to fund. You are now taking a decision to defund in June. Now, these institutions, they've got a debt now from the students. Right? So you have taken a decision, you just woke up and we've taken a decision. That decision has got long-term effects on everybody else in the system, the ecosystem. So you have taken a decision now, 7 March, right in the middle of a semester, that I'm introducing a cap. We will have, that one shame, we're going to have a conversation with the board immediately when we come back, because I don't think it should work that way. I honestly don't think. On decentralization of NSFAS students, the minister has committed. So I'm just, sometimes I know it's easier to campaign as political parties and say, yeah, we want a decentralization. There's already a decision to decentralize. But to decentralize has got financial implications. One, we have told and we've agreed with the minister that very expensive building, I saw some political party claiming that they've exposed the 2 million. They don't even know how much NSFAS is paying. They say we've exposed the amount of money that is being paid here by NSFAS. This 2 million and it's 2.5. So you have exposed something that you yourself don't know how much you're paying there. So there is a decision. They are in court now to cancel the lease there. And the minister would have given us a plan that will decentralize in phases. You know that we have we received the budget on the 12th of March from the Minister of Finance. Even though the budget is really concentrating on the social part of it, about 62% of the entire budget is towards our sector, not necessarily higher education, health, and all of that. It's about 62%. It's a very good budget for us, the poor people. But in real terms, it has not really grown. When you look at the subsidies we are going to give you, it's literally cuts everywhere. So we must tighten our belt a little bit. We believe that things will be right, will be fine soon. We can't afford to have one university spending 20 million on lawyers and telling us that it's a drop in the ocean. It's 0.1% of the total budget. It's 20 million we don't have. It's 20 million that we could be saying as the portfolio committee department, give it to the university release degrees worth of 20 million. So that these kids, these students can really go and, have a fighting chance of participating in the mainstream economy. So let's tighten our belt a little bit. Let's not play with it. NSFAS will decentralize. On the issue of the clinic, look into it, VC. Please, having a clinic on campus will really assist, will go a long way in assisting the students. I think let's also look into HR. Send us a list of which positions, who occupies which, especially our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. Because there's a silent noise, VC, in the sector that our sector is prioritizing foreign people instead of South Africans. It's very difficult to defend when you don't have facts. So the reason we're asking you to give us is so that we're able to, when this question is asked to us, we're able to defend it. So please give us that information so that we're able to close it. I think we would like to thank you. You wanted to, I was making a concluded remarks. You wanted to ask a question?
Yes, Chair, I think it's important. NSFAS took made an undertaking, they'll be here from tomorrow and for the rest of the week. So I think it won't be right for us to leave here without us getting the clear information of at what time, because SRC must still tell the people that NSFAS is coming. So, excellent news. Me for you, I'm here. And I love that. But equally, they must refresh them to say, if you want them, this is the location that you're going to find them. They're going to be here from 10 o'clock until this time. That is information that I think NSFAS must give us before we conclude.
Okay. Mkondeleli went outside. Oh, Sivu.
Thank you, Chair. So there are 5 colleagues that are coming. 2, we can't find flights from Cape Town directly. So 2 are leaving Cape Town tonight. They'll be here, I think they're in the morning flight. So they should be here by 9. And then the other 3 should get here around 2. And then they'll be here the whole week.
Yeah, your financial aid, please help them have an office, that financial aid, so that, yes.
Chair, I can also confirm my financial aid office let me know earlier that the colleagues already contacted them for places to sit. It's been organized.
Yeah, it's fine. So they will be at financial aid. So colleagues, we're closed now. It's okay, we will talk about it when we're working. So that is how we're going to close our meeting. I want to thank you, colleagues, I know we took longer than the scheduled time. But I think we've ventilated on all the issues. You will give us in writing what we have asked. I'm sure you've listened to every member when they asked you, this one, please give it to us in writing, this one, give it to us in writing. It's very important. It's, when the portfolio committee interacts with a key stakeholder like yourself, it's because we want to collaboratively work so that the system becomes better. We must not see you as enemies. You must not see us as enemies. You must not see students or workers as enemies. So we don't want to hear tomorrow that you have charged the employees because they said X, Y, and Z in our meeting. No, your colleagues are doing it everywhere. Or you have suspended a student because they spoke about Kwakwa. That the principal. Please, let's not have that kind. Let's take even criticism as good criticism. It will make us grow. But all the best, Vice Chancellor. I know you are new. It's 6-7 weeks since you've been here. Congratulations. We hope that we will not hear stories of racism in our residences like in the past. We hope that the transformation questions that members asked, you will be able to attend to it. Having said that, colleagues, thank you very much. Yeah. No, Honorable Sazana, like Principal, we have not concluded our meeting, Principal. Honorable Sazana was just reminding me that I must tell you that when members of Parliament receive queries from the constituencies they come from, or they are deployed to by members of, by their political party, and they get complaints about University of Free State, for an example, They don't need to write to me. They don't need permission from the chairperson to come and do oversight at an institution. They don't need to inform you. They can come and do an unannounced oversight. VC. You'll be called by security that there's a member here who says he's a member of parliament. He says he's here to check on a case of X, Y, and Z. They are allowed to do so. They are public representatives. And your institutions are public institutions. And they can come at any given time. Obviously, they must produce identification, because if they don't, even chance takers will come there and say they are Honorable Msezana or X, Y, and Z. But they don't need really to ask permission from anybody. We are saying this, VC, because your colleagues again in the sector, when these members want to do unannounced visits, they complain. One of your colleagues wrote to me saying there's an imposter here, calls himself, I've never seen a letter from you telling me this person is coming. So they don't have to. They can come at any given time. If they write to you and say, VC, I'm coming, it's a courtesy, and take it as that, because at least they're preparing you. But they also know if they come unannounced, they can't expect to find all senior managers, because they might be engaged somewhere. So we always advise that maybe write to the institution and ask them you want clarity on X, Y, and Z. They probably want something that the CFO only can answer, but if you don't inform the university, the CFO might be overseas. So it makes it a little bit easier if you write. So please, he was just reminding me that I must just say that Principal Okoqoqo, you can stand up. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman.